Stop you from being fooled by some of the things you hear these days about self-defrosting refrigerators. Now, there are so many different claims that I think perhaps the best way to clear it up is for me to show you this. The one refrigerator in the whole world that never needs defrosting any time or any place. The wonderful new Westinghouse frost-free refrigerator. Now, perhaps you've seen this claim. Well, now, of course, there's no reason to defrost any refrigerator here in the middle shelves. Up here is where those words belong, up on the freeze chest, the only place in any refrigerator where frost ever builds up. But there's never any need to defrost any part of this Westinghouse refrigerator because it always keeps itself frost-free. Now, have you ever seen this claim? Now, what is the point in a refrigerator defrosting itself every night? Well, there's no point at all, because unless you're opening the door constantly, there's no reason to defrost the refrigerator every night. This Westinghouse frost-free refrigerator defrosts itself only when it's actually needed, the very moment that frost starts to build up. Now, here's something that I want you to see. Here's what happens to ice cream and other so-called automatic refrigerators during defrosting. You see, the ice cream melted, the flavors ran together, and then it froze up again. But now, look at this ice cream. In the Westinghouse frost-free refrigerator, ice cream stays hard and firm like this all the time, because defrosting takes place so fast that nothing in the freeze chest has even the merest chance to melt. Now, some refrigerators that claim to be automatic don't get rid of the defrost water, and then you have to empty messy drip pans and, oh dear, that happens so often. But with the Westinghouse frost-free refrigerator, the moment that frost starts to build up here on the freeze chest, the magic frost-free system goes to work. It quickly melts what little frost has gathered, the tiny amount of defrost water is drained off, and is automatically evaporated. So when you buy a new refrigerator, why don't you get the most automatic one of all? The only refrigerator that is always frost-free. Remember, you can be sure if it's Westinghouse.
Ethel, don't dare buy that automatic till you've seen it wash.
All right. Let's do a load in our demonstration tumbler with Dash.
Dash?
The detergent Montgomery Ward packs at the factory in every Imperial washer-dryer.
Oh, any soap would do.
Not for modern automatics. Safe sudsing Dash prevents over-sudsing machine failures.
You'll have cleaning failures without heaping suds.
Well, now, our demonstration towels are particularly dirty. Dash gives us the best cleaning possible. That's one reason Ward's recommends Dash.
Rather have a woman's word on cleaning.
More women use Dash in these machines than any other product, but judge for yourself. Remember, the Ward's Imperial has 4 wash cycles. It washes and dries with 2 simple settings, while Dash keeps suds safe.
Incredible cleaning. Sign the sales slip, Ethel, and never use anything but Dash. Right now, Mother, here's a friendly warning for you. You'd better hurry if you want to take advantage of Double Danderine's great 2-in-1 sale.
All right, speaking of 2-in-1 sales, again, I want to say, and I'll keep repeating this and repeating until you folks go down to those drug counters, I need 2 of us to talk about this 2-in-1 sale. Now, if you can bear up with it, we have 2 Denny Jameses. They're both the same size and both just as horrible. You all set? All right, he's all here with me, so both of us are saying in unison, look, it's Double Danderine. It's a 2-in-1 sale, a regular 70-cent value for only 47 cents. 2 35-cent bottles of Double Danderine for only 47 cents, so act quickly. As thousands of men and women know from experience, Double Danderine is unlike ordinary preparations that really remove loose dandruff. Double Danderine, you see, kills the germ Pityros Pormo Valley on contact, and it's been revealed by outstanding authorities that this germ is the cause of most common kind of dandruff. Because Double Danderine destroys it, it gives you the real dandruff relief you want, even in some of the most severe cases of dandruff. Results with Double Danderine have been remarkable. So remember, Mother, Double Danderine's special 2-in-1 sale is being made for a limited time only, so don't wait. Today or tonight, sure, go to any drug or toilet goods counter and get 2 regular 35-cent bottles of Double Danderine for only 47 cents. Don't forget now, the name is Double Danderine.
This is the night. Attention, please. Please do not smoke in the terminal building. Smoking is only permitted in the specified smoking areas.
Zach?
Thank you.
OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Niggas don't know what to think. Thought I get money, you change. What you thought we was the same? Still stay away from them clones. Niggas better leave me alone. Talking about niggas as though you run with niggas who don't know you. Whoa, I make that zagging when city to city. You niggas not hot in your state. If it was money to get a hit Henny, we get it and never complain. Same go for the gang, and we split it up all the same. I can't really eat, let's stay straight, cause we go way back in the day. My day ones from back in the day, they still hang around me today. You wanna come round us, you can't. I'm rolling up loud, it's great. But mama, she bad but complain, cause I'm too in love with my dreams. And I gotta get on the plane, and go get this money with Dizzy. I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang.
I get the bag with the gang, taking that Zach to the bank. And it be all in my drink. You niggas is stupid, you think that shit change? You not even hot in your gang. Ain't nothing even hot about your gang. You niggas be lying about same. Be posting them pictures of guns for the fame. Niggas just look at me different now. Say that's your man, but he a clown. Don't fuck around with the fuck arounds. Little nigga, you should cut it out. Me and my niggas take different routes. Punch a bitch nigga all in his mouth. Hold up my nigga, we different now. I need a Rari, this is my style. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I get a bitch today, she probably a foreign model. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I'm with my gang today, tomorrow never promise. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang.
I'm cute, I know I'm sexy, I've got the look that drives the girls wild. I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. I make them hot, I make them shiver. Their knees get weak whenever I'm around. They see me walk, they hear me talk. I make them feel like they're on cloud nine. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. Eat your heart out, girls. Hands off the merchandise. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy, your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy.
Welcome everybody to a special edition of the Pocket Locker Podcast. I am your host with the most, all the way from the East Coast. And as always, folks, I am in airplane mode. Welcome to the show, everybody. Appreciate you all for being here. Thanks so much for the support and the emoji splashes. We got the overlay working. The late night crew is here. Sam is in the building. The one-hit wonder is in the building. Christmas tree, oh, Christmas tree, how lovely. Wait, there's no branches. Perfect. The refiner's fire is here. The bedazzled Book of Myron is, of course, in the house. Give it up for the sexiest United States championship in the history of word wrestling entertainment. Oh, goddamn. Also fucking the heaviest. Oof. 10 pounds of gold. There's no jokes, folks. No joke, folks. And of course, the main man who starts more conspiracy theories than Donald Trump in a goddamn QAnon fucking ayahuasca retreat. Give it up for Jewish Space Laser. All right, folks, let's go ahead and have some communion so we can get into our program, because holy shit, we got a lot to get into today. All right, y'all already know the routine. If you don't, act like you do. Please raise your glasses and hold on to your asses. Through him, with him, in him, in the unity of the flying man, all glory and honor is yours, who flied for our sins and gave James Apperson the prophecy of Rebecca Davis's return forever and ever. You may drink. And let's get into our communion song. It comes to us from Cuz OG Roddy. You can get it at itsairplanemode.com. It's called the MJ Interlude. Ready for takeoff?
Start my morning every day with her. In the afternoon I lay with her. In the evening I'ma stay with her. Hi, I'm in love. I ain't even tripping, but them say she a drug, cause she hear everything for me. In the morning hit her faithfully. At least a dub when we touch. No one falling
think last time I played this, I had y'all checking out the panning of the background vocals. This time, actually pay attention to the keyboards. Always love mixes, has to be dynamic. There has to be loud stuff, soft stuff, and stuff all over the place. And this song, the bass is killer, the drums are nasty, but them fucking keys, like right there, them keys add so much depth and layers to this mix. You barely hear them, but they're doing so much work.
She be there to take the pain from me. The homie said that I'm tripping, but all they do is get drunk. Smoking on the wax, they thinking I'm off the drugs. I go all out the way for ya. In the morning I might lay with you. In the afternoon I stay.
Them keys is the fucking glue.
I ain't even tripping, cause she the one I can trust. She go running every day with me. Take the kids out to play with me. They say I'm tripping, I ain't slipping, cause she ain't even a drug. Niggas sipping lean, ain't worried what's in your cup. In the morning I might play with ya. Take a long walk and stay with ya. She my sweet Mary Jane, and she the one I could trust. Niggas sipping lean, but me I'm smoking a dub. I go all out the way for ya. Take some time out my day for ya. I even took her on a plane, but never enough. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay with you.
In the afternoon I play with you.
But I know I'm never tripping, cause
I'm in love.
Mary Jane is different, cause
She ain't even a drug.
Yeah.
All right. God, we have so much to get into today. What time is it? It's 3:33. All right, let's see how we're going to do this thing. All right, the first thing we're going to get into, let's get this fusion thing going. We're going to talk about that first. All right, we're going to start with some good news because it feels like good news is so rare always to be celebrated. And, of course, I'm a scientist, and so I'm out here. Let me show some love and actually blasé glavinoids, act like I'm a fucking scientist, and I love science, and it is just so important to my life that I just stay up on it. And anytime there is important news in science, I just want to bring it to you guys because I love science so much, and it's such a passion of mine. All right, y'all, we all know I'm fucking kidding. I mean, seriously, who am I kidding? We all know that I do science. We all know I do fucking science for money. I don't even like hanging out with these motherfucking science nerds. But science pays the bills. Let's show some love to go science! Yay, science! We care so much about the science around here.
Today we find out that apparently we've taken one big step closer to nuclear fusion being able to be used as an actual power source. Now it's a step that still leaves us many steps away from actually being able to do that, but it's an important one. And Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm is expected to announce this at some point today. The breakthrough that they'll be talking about apparently came in the past 2 weeks at the National Ignition Facility of the Federal Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory in California. And so here's what they did. In a brief moment lasting less than 100 trillionths of a second, 2.05 megajoules of energy, roughly the equivalent of a pound of TNT, bombarded a hydrogen pellet. Out flowed a flood of neutron particles, the product of fusion, which carried the energy equivalent of about 1.5 pounds of TNT, or an energy gain of about 1.5. So historically, this is the first time that a nuclear fusion experiment has produced more energy than was put into the actual experiment, which is obviously necessary for this to be able to be used as a source of energy. And the reason
I also would like to say that in our community, this is also a story about Gather. And a lot of you go, what do you mean? I just fucking love Gather. I'm pushing Gather. I'm trying to get you guys to understand how central Gather is to our community or some technology like it. And like I tell people, because I'm trying to encourage you guys to get up in there, we're all always in gather. and people are like, what do you mean always, Jay? I know, you do your live streams, and then when you do the live streams, no. When I woke up this morning, the first thing I did was take this fuckface out, and guess what? The gang was already in gather. UC Love was watching what? The overnight playlist of movies from last night. When the stream is over, we will be in gather. Literally last night I was in gather till 5 o'clock in the morning or some shit like that. Literally we just sleep. Sleeping is the only time we're not in gather. We eat and gather. Luckily most of us don't fucking gather, but we are in gather 24/7. So literally this is a story about gather because Joel actually brought me this story. And it's a real different thing. Like we're always hanging out and gather and watching movies, watching clips, we watch news videos, and usually at some point in the night we hit up YouTube for a little bit and we watch some clips about what's going on, who's doing YouTube shows, are there any interesting videos, what's going on in the news type of deal, usually between our shows and our movies. And so this is a link that Joel provided. It's a really cool story, really positive. And then, we saw it and I was like, hey, we should actually do this on stream. So I know that sounds silly for you guys, but for me, it's like a huge deal that we're moving towards this place where, we're kind of doing community in real time. And I always joke that the Gather Gang, that's kind of like the creative team because they really are behind the scenes of what's going on in the show. And now it's kind of coming full circle to where, people are dropping clips in Gather or Discord, and then that actually ends up, being a huge part of the show. I don't even have to write the show. It's just like, oh, let's do this on the show. So shout out to Joel and special thanks to the whole Gather Gang. Let's go.
In that this is something that scientists have been working on around the globe for literally decades, is that nuclear fusion, which is the fusion of two atoms rather than the breaking apart of an atom, doesn't produce dangerous radioactive waste like traditional nuclear energy and is theoretically virtually unlimited in supply. Again, it's theoretical because this was laboratory conditions. It required, I believe, 192 lasers, including one of the largest lasers in the world. And so this is very far from being able to be scaled up to industrial use, to be able to be spread throughout the globe. And I have concerns about a focus on this technology, which is still very much in its early steps. But River, what do you think about this? It's a historic thing.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I guess the first thing I would say is, what the heck is a megajoule? That's a Back to the Future reference for anybody that's not as old as me. But yeah, I mean, I try to look at the positives, that this is, more energy coming out than going in. But my personal beliefs in terms of power is looking the other way around, as opposed to trying to create giant forms of power. Perhaps reducing our usage is the path forward. Personally, but trying to stay positive. It's not creating nuclear waste. That's positive. If we're going to keep doing this, that's great. I still haven't watched Chernobyl, and I probably won't. So
it's a great show. I would recommend.
It's great. I'm sure it's a great show.
I might rewatch it actually. Yes. So look, if they can scale it up, it can be great. Virtually limitless, largely emission-free energy around the globe would be an amazing thing, let alone there are implications for long-range space exploration. This has a lot of benefits over other ways of making energy. So that's definitely true. And I am perfectly fine with many scientists working on this around the globe. What I would say is, while we should stop and acknowledge the amazing, the product of decades of international effort that went into this, that is very good. Love to see that. Do not stake all of your hopes for dealing with climate change on something that will not, if ever, be ready to go until after we're decades more into the climate crisis. We already have all the technology we need to deal with the climate crisis, at least in large part. There is renewable energy zapping us in the face everywhere on the globe right now. We just need to harness it, let alone the wind and hydro power and thermal energy and all of that. We should be pursuing all of that. And if someday those get surpassed by nuclear fusion, I think that would be a great thing. But if we work hard enough and put in the time and the effort and the investment, we might not need the nuclear fusion because there's always going to be wind and there's always going to be sun. We can cross that fusion bridge when we get to it, but I would hate to see politicians and governments and regular people ignore the work that can and needs to be done right now by just looking ahead to technology that might not be ready until our grandkids' days. Anyway, any other thoughts before we close the show?
I agree. I mean, it's like only electric cars and not public transportation. We got to do both things, and we can't just look at the pie in the sky of this like nuclear fusion thing. That's not gonna. We got to do both. I mean, it's like only electric cars and not public transportation. We got to do both things, and we can't just look at the pie in the sky of this like nuclear fusion thing. That's not going to happen for 40 years, 50 years, 60 years. I don't know. I again leave you with what the heck is a megajoule? You know what I mean?
And when are they going to start producing gigawatts?
That's right. Give me a gigawatt.
All right, so my thoughts on this are kind of interesting. So number one, I just think let's just get in the habit of recognizing that scientific progress is kind of a slow process here. And while I think it's great that people exercise restraint in, going crazy about how impactful, one particular scientific discovery or paper might be, it's important to like recognize when these things happen, right? Y'all remember the day when like you probably first heard that there was a vaccine for the pandemic, right? It was like, that didn't mean you needed to stop social distancing and wear a mask. It just meant that pivotal and critical thing that had to happen to put the ball in motion happened. And it's certainly something where, unfortunately, what gets lost in this for me, and it sounds a bit selfish as a scientist, is the scientist, right? The people who do this work. And this might be, that once in a lifetime Nobel Prize winning type of research. And it's amazing that a discovery of this magnitude, it gets its press, but it's certainly minor compared to all of the horse shit that we feel deserves much more of our attention. I'm sure I'll be guilty of that myself today. It's just an interesting reflection. I also really feel like the tragedy here is that we're not taking this more comprehensive approach, because we've got to be realistic. The hardest thing to change is human behavior. And so we do need all of these alternative energy sources, especially sustainable, renewable ones we already have. We do also need to reduce our use. For instance, for myself, there's certain things I can't do walking. I can't go play a gig with drums on foot. I need a vehicle, some form of transportation so I can move the equipment. However, I've found that as far as going to the dispensary, going to the pharmacy, things like that, I can get away with living in a walkable neighborhood. It's actually kind of nice. I'd still have to go to the grocery store. I get my groceries delivered, but a lot of people can walk to the grocery store too, and or bike, or like I have a moped. Obviously, consumes a lot less than a car did. I just ride it's a 150cc, goes pretty fast, 55, 60 miles, between 55, like about 50. I think max D is like 55, 57 or something like that. But it's fast enough that it's a great time. It's legally registered as a motorcycle. I used it to get my motorcycle license. It's a really fun ride, but kind of a nice benefit is that it consumes less. But there's always going to be that need for more power, for the technologically driven future, for the, when you up people's lifestyle, you tend to up their consumption. If we want to eliminate the sort of global South, so to speak, and give everybody a chance to be middle class. Well, yeah, you might come from generations of middle class, or you might be middle class reformed, as I like to think of it, where you go hipster, or you go tiny house, and you want to go green, and you want to go sustainable. But it's cool if you're sick of the McMansion vibes and you want to go live in a tiny house. But when you go see people who are in the hood and it's 3-4 generations in an apartment, and it's just a lot of environmental hazards and lifestyle hazards, and it's just not a lot of opportunity. Those people are gonna, the people are looking for a way out, and that's gonna come with them, kind of probably consuming more. So it's important that we also try to find, especially if we can go to net positive stuff like fusion, because part of, again, addressing something like an energy crisis would be to reduce how much of it is a crisis. So a comprehensive approach would entail also, find us some renewable, because if you don't have to demand people consume less as much, that would be helpful. So it doesn't have to be an either or. I think all of these things ultimately are going to be part of it, and plus it's just progress. You hope for, I think Mike, Answers in Atheism speaks to this well, when he basically talks about one of the things that gives him, something to live for is really watching that human progress in action and wanting to be around to see those steps made. So it's super exciting to be around for that. All right, let's keep this train rolling along. And I'm going to talk about this. We're going to get into this Kanye clip, and I'm going to talk a bit, and then we're going to talk about some other stuff too. So let me go ahead and get into this Kanye thing. I have not given Sal the zinc finger. Fuck that boy talking about.
As we are.
All right. So, what's interesting about the DEF CON?
The thing is, Sal is still at it, y'all. I mean, Sal could really be my trash person of the week, pretty much any week. Man, I'm glad somebody mentioned Sal. I've been kind of ignoring Sal. I think I need to revisit what Sal's doing. The problem is, Sal's whole thing is Sal. I literally don't. He's not entertaining to me. Like, he's just so awful. His shit is so bad. It's so bad.
My tweet is.
It's actually hard to watch. That's the problem. All right, here we go, y'all. Kanye. Listen to this shit.
Plan.
Listen to this shit, y'all. It's important.
It's set up far before the fallout.
The fuck you talking about,
Kanye? It feels like they put me in the front of the show and swapped Kim out so that I could be the face at the time when the photos hit. But God...
What the fuck did you just say about your ex-wife, bro?
They put me in the front of the show and swapped Kim out so that I could be the face at the time when the photos hit.
So they swapped Kim out? Like, are they, whoever that they is, responsible? So now Kim's gone.
But God had me tweet the DEF CON, and then they had to cut.
You said God had you tweet the DEF CON?
So that I could.
I didn't actually listen to this. I heard about this, and there's like a little part of it. I haven't really heard all of this. What?
It feels like they put me in the front of the show and swapped Kim out so that I could be the face at the time when the photos hit. But God had me tweet the DEF CON, and then they had to cut ties with me. So they weren't able to use me in that way. And I just feel blessed. We have to lean into the Spirit in all things we do.
Wow.
Like my dad said,
wow.
You know, they're going to smear your name if you're associated with Hitler. Yeah, obviously. What are you talking about? Of course, Dad. That good idea. Thanks a lot.
Wow.
The truth is, Jesus says, love everyone. God says, love everyone. For me, I believe that in no way.
God just isn't love for everyone, but y'all already knew that.
I am not bipolar. I'm
Here's
not
the
in some
problem.
kind of episode, but I may be slightly autistic.
Listen to this shit.
In no way. I am not bipolar. I'm not in some kind of episode, but I may be slightly autistic.
That's what we're gonna come
like
back
Rain
to.
Man.
This self-hatred and denial of bipolar, we will revisit, but we got to get through whatever the fuck this idiot has to say.
And that's part of my superpower. That's the reason why I can produce tracks and design and do so many things. But what I can't do, there's two things that I can't do. I can't accept hate, and I can't hate.
They're divorced already.
Have you ever known
Randy,
an autistic person that hates? That's the reason I love. So if someone says, love this person, love this person, don't love this person, I don't know how to do that.
Oh, is that what it is?
I don't know how to not. I love Ari Emanuel. I love the CCP. We have to bring Christ to the CCP.
This is
We need to bring
awful.
Christ to China.
Total dog
China
shit.
control y'all.
Please don't bring Christ
China
anywhere.
made this phone and controls this phone and controls the people that you're gonna get this.
Okay, now we're anti-China, and I don't care if you want to tell me this is some kind of compliment. This is dog shit. Wow, really? First off, what did China do to you for you to want to bring them some dog shit terroristic idea like Christ? Unfortunately, trust me, people are all about that mission work to China, Kanye. Don't worry, your evangelical cuckoo crew has it under control. They're all about mission trips to China. But again, he is now basically saying the same shit about Chinese people that he has said about Jewish people and other groups. This is fucking awful. And trust me, y'all, the only reason we're still going to let this tape roll is because it gets worse. I didn't even hear this shit. I just heard a little soundbite. I heard another soundbite that's worse. Trust me, this ain't even... He got one coming up that's going to really show you how off the choo-choo train this motherfucker really is.
Video too. The Jewish people are the middlemen. They sold America to China.
Wow.
They sold the American media.
Wow. Kanye's learned a lot in the last couple of weeks.
There's reports that we might be in outright war, not just cyber war, but outright war with China within the next 5 years. People say our greatest threat is China. Our greatest threat is Satan. At all costs, we
Satan
need to
is
bring Christ
real,
to
bro.
China.
Oh my goodness.
Chinese people are not bad. Every Chinese person in the world didn't invent the coronavirus. Every Chinese person in the world didn't bring fentanyl over to America. Yes, there are people that are the head of the New World Order, that are part of the CCP, and a part of elite Zionist Jews. There are people who are involved in creating the fentanyl crisis in America. But that's Satan using them.
The war on drugs, y'all.
We need to be very clear.
Most important problem right now is fentanyl, y'all. This is just... And what is the church doing to solve this crisis, y'all? This is just ridiculous. Wait, there's got to be more yay, right? Nah, where's the other shit he said? He basically said at some other point, he said that he is not KKK, but he's a little Ku Klux something or whatever. Oh, is this the rest of it?
About Mary. We're gonna only have conversation about we're gonna have a conversation about one being, that is Jesus Christ. We need to be very clear. Christ is King. And to all my Catholic brothers and sisters, I'm not gonna have no conversation about the saints. I'm not gonna have no conversation about Mary. We're gonna only have conversation about we're gonna have a conversation about Mary. I'm not gonna have no conversation about the saints. I'm not gonna have no conversation about Mary. We're gonna only have conversation about we're gonna have a conversation about
Kanye West has fallen from fucking the greatest producer to produce to fucking a Christian apologist sitting in front of a car in a goddamn church parking lot with a mask on, talking about some Catholics. We are not going to talk about saints. We are not going to talk about the Virgin Mary.
One being, that is Jesus Christ, who is Lord, and that is the focus. It's simple. There's no other books, textbooks, movies, iterations of it.
And this is why I hate to say this, evangelicals are so dumb. I went to Catholic school, y'all. One of them good Jesuit ones where you get that good theology education. People who are not Catholic sound so stupid when they talk about this. It sounds so dumb. They just don't understand what saints mean, what veneration means, what intercessory prayer is. They don't understand none of that shit. They just go, oh yeah, y'all Catholics treat them saint people like they special dead people, so fuck all of that. And then they go home and pray to their dead loved ones, about their dead loved ones, for their dead loved ones. They be in there communing with their dead loved ones who they think are in heaven. On top of that, then they go to church on Sunday morning and sit up in them fuckface selves and call each other saints. Oh, yes, and all the saints today, blah, 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 blah. So go fuck Catholics for remembering and treating the saints as saints, but then y'all are all the real saints. And again, it is like some tragic LARP gone terribly wrong, where the priest class is against the Magi class, and the Magi class is telling the priest class that the religious smiter wizardry is not going to work, but then they're telling them that their dark magic is not going to. It is just the worst.
It is simple. On Easter, he rose. We can go back and forth. Hey, we feel like it's less Christmassy now. So we don't even know if Christmas is really Christmas. There's a lot of arguments out there about it, but we know that the Lord rose. That is the focus, and it's through that.
Okay, so here's a great Christian logic. They're willing to go as far as to tell you we don't really know the day of Jesus' birthday, right? They're like, we don't really have anything sufficient to tell us when he was born, but we know he rose from the dead. Fuck is wrong with y'all? Y'all know me. It's a psychosocial disease, and I'm starting to blame the social. The reason I'm kind of trying to come out with my family, yes, is because I need to be recognized, seen, and loved for who I really am. But the second aspect of that is that they need, and y'all have to take this seriously in the people of your own lives, they need to be called out. They need to have the opportunity to grow, and if they don't, to be shamed for not doing so. Because here's the real truth. If we stop treating Christians and other religious people so great for being holy and for being religious, they'd stop being religious tomorrow. And this is what I realized with my own family. Me continuing to tell them and to sign off on their horse shit because I love them is the reason they're still sitting on their horse shit. Imagine, y'all, if everybody in your family turned on the Christians in your family. They'd stop being Christians tomorrow. So let me give you an example of my grandparents. We could talk about, oh, they're bishops and we come from generations of ministers and their whole identity and blah, 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 is obsessed with Jesus, blah, 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 blah. Okay, cool. Now imagine if, okay, they know I'm an atheist and I'm not having any of it. But they live with my mom and her husband. Now imagine if my mom comes out and she's like, nah, you know what? I left that whole Jesus thing alone because it hates heathens. My sons are heathens. Fuck that book. I'm done. Now imagine her husband is like, well, shit. I got this good-ass woman in my life. I don't really want to leave her. Plus, she made a really good point about how we don't really know if God is real anyway. Yeah, I'm out too. Boom. I'm no longer Christian either. All that Christian shit is shut down. We kind of look down at that now. How long you think my grandfather's going to sit his monkey ass up in their house and continue to pick up that fucking phone and preach sermons to his church on Sunday morning? My guess, not very long at all. Now, will he ever come out and say it and become a hardcore atheist down for the cause like I am? Maybe not. But them knocking it off will tell you everything you need to know. And I think it's a lot of people like that in our lives. Because I'm going to be honest with you. They know they don't have that God shit on lock. I'm going to be real with y'all. Y'all know me. I feel extra liberated after coming out with my family. I really just don't have a goddamn thing to lose. I don't have anything to lose professionally with the way I am. I don't have anything to lose personally. So it's just like I've put it all on the line for my atheism, so I feel free as fuck to it just is where I'm at now. I'm all in. So here's what it is. Christianity, to me, is only about Jesus in the fact that Jesus is the content. Jesus is the reason for the season, as I like to say it. But the truth is, the thing that keeps people in their Christianity, y'all, is us. The thing that Christians get out of their Christianity, it's not about heaven and Jesus and salvation. I promise you, I know they tell you that, but it really isn't. What it really is that great feeling they get on Sunday morning. It's the way everybody treats them. Here it goes, y'all.
We are about to rock and roll.
Uh-oh.
So the door is open. I'm about to start up this here show.
Uh-oh.
You'll be home soon?
Uh-oh. Hang on, let me mute this fool. Because I think he's on the phone. Wait, now I want to unmute him. Uh-oh. It's going down, people. All right, let's see what's up. But here, we're going to talk about this. Let's go ahead and get the main man up in here. I think I got a... All right, I think he said hang on. But yeah, we're going to rock and roll with Uncle Bobby, y'all. Why did I... All right, I think I'm good to go. All right, anyway. Yeah, y'all, Uncle Bobby's on the phone, so when he's done with his phone call, let's keep going.
That I design better, that I create communities better, that I make better decisions, and that I love harder. This is the time I feel so blessed to be used by...
Oh, yeah, you're good. Welcome back. Can you hear me? Uncle Bobby, can you hear me? I don't know if he can hear... Can you not?
No, there you are. Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can now.
Fantastic. How you doing today?
I'm all right, my man. My shit was over here on mute trying to figure out why I couldn't hear a fucking thing.
All right, so do you want to you ready to go?
Dude, I am set and ready to go.
All right, look, here's what we're gonna do. Let's let me put up the start screen and stuff, and we'll go ahead and we'll get into it.
Perfect.
Zach. Whoa. Just gotta focus on yourself out here, y'all. Pay too much to the competition. Don't worry about what other people doing. Gotta trust your process. Worry about yourself, like I'm saying, man. Bigger than me, bigger than you. You know what I mean? If you know what you gotta do, then do it. You're always making excuses, we ain't got time for no excuses. You gotta get it, man. You know what I'm saying? Don't let nobody hold you back. Don't worry about that negativity, suggestions. Fuck all that shit, my nigga. Yeah. No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homies stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you. No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homies stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you. Yeah. Still watching for clones, but they all over the globe. Probably why I say whoa. Young nigga never made money from stoves, but went hard with the zones. Me and Henny broke it down way before. Now we killing shows, just act like you know. Whoa. Got a new bitch from the bottom. Still never change how my niggas from Potters. Honest, I've been feeling golly. You get in my way, then you leave me no option. Niggas thinking this a race, till we put them in their place. Leave their family with a ghost, then we pull off in a race. Competition. I'm feeling so fabulous, and you niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homies stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you. No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homies stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you.
It's no competition. You niggas be lying about how you be feeling. Saying you Jordan, you not even Pippin. Or Rodman when he was with Pistons. You blondie, you lying about all of your visions. Your paper be short like some midgets. I used to step out and just worry about digits. And now I just focus my visions. I had to distance myself from some people cause they just be holding you back. I wasted some time, I never get back. Like why I do that? You niggas be bitching, it's just to be seen and put on the map. I only know some niggas who know how to spin up a check and get it right back.
No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell the homies stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you. No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell the homies stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you. No competition.
All right, welcome back, folks. Actually, Uncle Bobby's here with me, but I'm still getting a couple of things set up here. Like one, I'm trying to figure out how to turn off this one of these cameras. Oh, maybe it's not letting me. Oh, I see what I'm doing wrong. Hang on a sec. So I need to stop sharing here. I need to bring up MyronBot. We got a slightly different gather setup going on today, gang. All right, let's say cancel. Now I'm on MyronBot. You guys can see this part because we're not live on Uncle Bobby's channel yet. So, all right. So here's the deal. I want to share. How do I want to do this? All right, I want to share my screen. Optimize for video. We got to do this a little bit differently today, gang. Uncle Bobby, you can see my screen now, right?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
I'm looking at some. Yeah.
All right, let me try that again. All right, we're going to do this one more time. Except we'll switch it this way. We'll share from MyronBot. Share. All right, you can see it on MyronBot screen now.
I'm looking at someone in a ski mask and a black jacket.
Can you guess who that might be?
I have a pretty good idea. It's making me want to punch my damn screen, but
All right. So what's great now is I turned that off. So now you don't. So now what happened is you can still see that screen, correct?
Yes, I can.
But now they can't. But now they can't see it on stream. And that's important because we're going to do today's show Uncle Bobby style, right? We want to make sure we don't show the video on your stream, right? So that we don't risk the copyright dealio. Yeah.
We do all the work and some asshole gets the credit.
Yeah. So we're gonna go Uncle Bobby style today. We can put you up there nice and big, actually. All right. Thanks for rocking with me, gang. Sorry about the delay. Me and Uncle Bobby were waxing for a hot minute backstage to make sure he was set up. And I am going to, I'm going to hit the start screen one more time for about 30 seconds or so, just so I can get Uncle Bobby's channels live. And we'll start the show. Appreciate everybody.
All right.
Just gotta focus on yourself out here, y'all. Don't pay too much to the competition. Don't worry about what other people doing. Gotta trust your process. Worry about yourself, like I'm saying, man. Bigger than me, bigger than you. You know what I mean? If you know what you gotta do, then do it. You're always making excuses when you got time for this. You gotta get it, man. You know what I'm saying? Don't let nobody hold you back. Don't about that negativity, suggestions. Fuck all that shit, my niggas. Yeah.
No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. You niggas mad as shit, but it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homies stop gassing you before we pull up and embarrass you. No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad as shit, but it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homies stop gassing you before we pull up and embarrass you. Yeah. Still watching for clones, but they all over the globe. Probably why I say whoa. Young nigga never made money from stoves, but went hard with the zone. Me and Henny broke it down way before. Y'all we killing shows, just act like you know. Whoa. Got a new bitch from the bottom. Still never change out my niggas from potters. Honest, I've been feeling golly. You get in my way, then you leave me no option. Niggas thinking this a race, till we put them in their place. Leave their family with a ghost, then we pull off in a race. Competition. I'm feeling so fabulous, and you niggas mad as shit, but it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't...
Welcome back, everybody, to the Blackout. I am super excited to be bringing y'all a special show in the middle of the week. Uncle Bobby, I think, was doing whatever you were doing after the Army-Navy game this weekend, so we decided to do something here in the middle of the week. What happened with the Army-Navy game? Was it good? I wasn't even.
It was absolutely, positively fantastic. Army won. And from what I understand, Navy fired their coach right after the game.
Oh, it's that serious when that happens like that. Oh, so this is like the ultimate win. Like we just dog jaw and your coach had to go.
I have to believe it was probably something more than just losing that game, but that game was emotionally devastating. And I'm an Army guy because the Navy running back, we went to overtime. They're literally like on the 6-inch line. Number 34 for Navy tries to punch it in. The Army guy puts his helmet right on the ball. It pops out. Army recovers. It's our turn to go into the end zone, and we kick the field goal. The moment it splits the uprights, they pan the Navy sideline, and they put the camera on number 34, the dude who dropped the ball, who set this all up. There is a grown-ass man packed with muscle, United States Navy officer, and he's crying.
Absolutely.
And it was just it took the wind out of my sails for about 3/4 of a nanosecond. Then I remember, fuck that dude, I'm an Army guy. But right after that, the Navy coach, Ken, whose last name I can't pronounce, he got Das Boot. Damn.
All right, so here, cheers. Let's definitely get that going, man. Appreciate everybody. If you're joining us out there, cheers to you as well.
Back at you.
If you know anything about the man in front of you, you know there's a good chance we are going to be getting to some awful apologetics or some coonery or some real hatred type of stuff. You need your weed, your alcohol, whatever you got to cope. So speaking of coping, before we get into the main event here, I really wanted to touch on Kanye because Kanye's been in the news with all this stuff, and this is just his latest thing. It really came out, I think, just probably yesterday or whatever, maybe the day before. And one, it's problematic that it's not getting the same type of press as his other things were because he's just outside the parking lot of some church. But what he says is all type of fucked up. It's, you know,
I haven't heard.
Yeah. Actually, fuck it. Let's roll some tape because you actually should hear some of this. Let's see if I go back. All right, here we go. Here's the original. All right, my audience is going to be a little bit of replay here, but it's for the benefit of the wider society. So appreciate y'all for bearing with that.
The enemy's plan is set up far before the fallout. It feels like
who the fuck is the enemy? What is he talking about?
Oh, let me tell you, it's 100% Satan. You know, let's just for clarity say it's the enemy. You know, as those of you that speak Christianese know who the enemy is about, but if you don't, it's the
yells above the fallen one.
There you go.
They put me in the front of the show and swapped Kim out so that I could be the face at the time when the photos hit. But God had me tweet the DEF CON, and then they had to cut ties with me, so they weren't able to use me in that way.
So they are the reason Kim had to dip, right? Because they had to get Kim out of the picture so that Kanye could be used. But then unfortunately, God, you know, is the reason Kanye had to go DEFCON 3 on the Jews. And see, then unfortunately, they had to cut ties, and then Kanye could no longer be used in that fashion. It's just such a tragedy of the mission of God's work.
Here's my problem with there's so many problems here. One, I really am trying to figure out how the hell it is. Everyone is just now figuring out Kanye West is a piece of shit. This has been writing on the wall. It's like the whole Trump thing. It's like what I was saying. What the fuck have you been looking at?
Right.
And so you got this fuckface sitting here looking like he's about to rob a bank. And again, if you're just the Easter Sunday, Christmas morning kind of Christian, I don't care. I don't care.
Right.
But when you're sitting here and you've got this kind of platform, and now you're talking about the enemy. Okay, I don't know how to tell you guys this. There's no fucking Satan. And so you're focusing on a battle that does not exist. It's like, what about the war on Christmas? What about Christian persecution down here in the fucking Bible Belt? And now he's talking about God made me tweet some shit out. Well, I'll never tell. Guess what? Shut the fuck up about your God.
Right.
Because he's sitting right up there in the pantheon of all other gods that everyone else has dismissed. And so he's got this make-believe enemy, but he dropped this make-believe bomb from a make-believe bomb maker to just, it's like, man, and this dude is useless. What I flushed down the commode 15 minutes before the show, it has more social bearing than Kanye West. I mean, holy crap, this dude is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's really bad. And I think one of the things that I'm realizing is super problematic in all of this is that there does come a point for, let's just say, any reasonable human being where you almost have to. Oh, hang on one sec.
Try me.
I'm trying to do something here that is just absolutely not working. But it was a good idea. There's this danger where if you think of even, say, the last 14 days or so, Kanye has done so much damage that this is maybe fresh out of the Trump playbook where it's just every day you wake up, there's some new bottom that you never imagined. And so you can't even finish having the conversation that needed to be had about what he did yesterday because of what he's going to do tomorrow.
Exactly. Great analogy with the Trump shit.
Yeah, and it's that's crazy. Let me just take a second here, make sure we're good. What I was trying to do was I'm just trying to make sure we don't show stuff we shouldn't on stream. All right, I am set up as boop. All right, I think we're. Wait, I need to do what I originally did. So that's. All right, you're good to go with my screen, right?
Yep, I'm looking right at it.
All right, I should have done the thing where that's. Myron bot screen. I'm ready to go. We're good to go. It's there. All right, sweet. Thanks, gang. All right, here we go.
And I just feel blessed. We have to lean into the Spirit in all things we do. Like my dad said, they're gonna smear your name if you're associated with Hitler. Yeah, obviously. What are you talking about? Of course, Dad. That good idea. Thanks a lot.
This is hard for me to hear this part because I've had some incidents in my life. I'm bipolar, for those that don't know.
Check. Makes two of us.
All right, sweet. Yeah, that's why kind of why we're here too. And I've had some, let's just say, public incidences where my dad has felt compelled to act on my behalf. And, looking back at those times, I feel for him, right? I really feel for whether what he did in that moment was good, comfortable for me or not. I just feel for the fact that my father, who genuinely loves me, tried to cut through everything that was going on around at the time and do what was best for his son. Right, and feeling like Kanye's dad is doing just that. Like, I'm willing to give Kanye's dad all the charitable listening in the world because he is just a black man in this world trying to straighten out his son who is going through an incredibly hard time in front of the whole fucking world.
Right.
But what's really difficult about this is, just like I do, right? I've been literally for the last few days doing streams about the blow up between me and my mother. So now I'm taking something very personal and private and making it public. And I'm trying to do so in a way that says, here's what I need to say about my truth, but in a way that's fair to her yet honest. Right. And I just feel like, I feel for Kanye's dad because it's kind of like the same thing going on, but rather than it being a situation where your son is, just trying to, go through something in a personal, psychological, whatever it is, it's your son is literally public enemy number one right now.
Right.
And then there's this sort of throwing you under the bus that he's done now repeatedly. But you still got to be there for your son every day. So it's really some shit that his dad's going through.
For the parent, you're right. For a parent, believe it or not, the Kardashian family, whoever is attached to Kanye West, sympathy and empathy. I get it.
Right.
When you've got a brain that doesn't work quite like everyone else's, it's kind of like my pain doctor said it best, because I was like, you know what? Fuck the pain pills. Fuck it.
Right.
And he said, every time you were hurt, I was married at the time. When you were hurt, your wife hurts. You think you're being, Mr. Macho Man, getting off the toilet and crying because your back hurts so much. She's hurting too, just so you know that. And I was like, you know what? You're right. So I did the surgeries. I took the pills. I did what I had to do because he's right. Now, that being said, back to Kanye. You're right. His family is hurting. His kids are hurting. For them, my hat is off. And I hope they find whatever peace they can find with all the crap going on with their dad, their brother, their son, their ex-husband, whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
I still give Kanye the finger.
Absolutely.
I do. Because at the end of the day, the damage is still real. I have fucked shit up living with a brain that doesn't work like everyone else. Same. I bet you have fucked some shit up. There are two friendships who to this day, I still tell them just out of the blue, thank you so much. I don't deserve your friendship after what I did.
Wow.
So much, in fact, that one of them in particular, she has said, you can stop sending me these messages. The next month, I still... Thank you. It bothers me what I did while I was unmedicated and in a very dark place.
Right.
I found the person closest to me and I fucked her shit all because this person over here who I don't know, fuck them. I don't, right?
Yeah.
That's what you do.
Yeah.
And so I get that. And I worked on it. Like, I bet you have worked on it. You take your meds, you do the therapy, you do what you got to do.
Yes.
So, yes, for the family, all the sympathy and empathy in the world. For Kanye, he can go fuck himself because you can blame bipolar, you can blame some. I don't care. The damage is still real.
Absolutely.
The anti-Semitism, I saw a little snippet on the news this morning. Since I got a warning on my channel, so I'm trying to behave kind of slightly. Since management at Twitter has changed. Anti-Semitism, racism against blacks, homophobe, everything is up.
Trending in the wrong direction. Yep.
Exactly. And this sucker is hoping that.
100%. And he's throwing China into the mix. But
This is all bullshit. This is all bullshit. For the family, sympathy and empathy.
Yeah.
For Kanye West, I got one of these.
He's going to say some shit that's about to get even harder. Here we go.
Oh, here we go.
The truth is, Jesus says, love everyone. God says, love everyone. For me, I believe that in no way, I am not bipolar. I'm not in some kind of episode, but I may be slightly autistic, like Rain Man. And that's part of my superpower. That's the reason why I can produce tracks and design and do so many things. But what I can't do, there's two things that I can't do. I can't accept hate, and I can't hate. Have you ever known...
Pause the tape. Pause the tape. Pause the tape. Okay. Look here. He can go fuck himself. He really can. Autistic, bipolar, all this other crap. I just don't care anymore. Your damage is still measurable, and that's all that matters.
Right.
That's all that matters. And the whole I can't hate anybody, fine. If that's what your Bible says, and I've always said, I will never sign up for the one-legged foot race to the top of Tolerance Mountain. You goddamn right. Yeah, you goddamn right. I'll hate your monkey ass. Again, for the fuck faces who sat there and beat my grandfather over the head with a shovel because he had the audacity to give lynched black people a proper burial, and you're going to tell me I have to love the fuckers who did it? No, I don't. No, I don't. No, I do not. You whip your nuts out and you piss on my mother's headstone, and you're going to sit here and say, I have to love you? No, I don't. I don't. And I don't think that's a very healthy way to live.
It isn't.
Don't. And so this whole thing, oh, you have to love Hitler. No, you don't.
You don't.
And if you want to know if you have to love Hitler, go ask that Jewish person who is suffering as a result of Adolf Hitler's hate. I don't have a problem hating people who hate me first. You're going to sit there and hug someone who's sitting there screaming at you how much I hate you. And you're going to go and hug them. And while you get close, they're going to jab your monkey ass in the ribs with the knife. So no. I think everything this asshole has said is garbage. It is sitting on some bullshit. I don't think it's emotionally healthy.
Yeah, and
I've got bipolar mood disorder, so I'm going to go and I'm going to burn down my neighbor's yard right now. YouTube, don't give me a strike. Go fuck yourself. It's an analogy. How many people are going to feel sorry for Robert Reed because I've got bipolar mood disorder? I just burnt up that man's house.
Absolutely.
I just don't buy any of it. I don't buy any of it.
So I don't need to play any of that particular the Kanye clip because there was so much to get to. There was one other point, and people can check it out. It's pretty easy to find where he basically says, I'm not in the KKK, but I'm Ku Klux Klanish or whatever. Like, he went there. And it's, and then there was the whole China makes everything deal. So here's what I kind of wanted to tie this to is there's a really difficult thing happening right now. And I think you and I are in a position to speak to it. So on one hand, we have this problem where, all right, let's just say bipolar disorder is not seen in a positive light.
True.
And, like I said, it's really needs to be seen as your brain works differently. And we use the term disorder to recognize there's a certain functionality or typical structure or range of regulation that is within a statistical norm. And when we say you have a disorder, we just mean you're outside of that statistical norm. People don't see it that way. They see, disorder means something wrong with you. Disorder means you're broken. Disorder is like hanging the out of order sign on a vending machine. No, that's not. It doesn't mean this thing is broken. It doesn't work. It just means it works differently. It means tap it over here like this instead of tap it over here like that. Right? Yep. Nevertheless, it's not something you want to be associated with because of the stigma.
Right.
And that stigma is not helped by the fact that every time somebody sees or is identified as bipolar, does something all the way fucked up, we're like, that's that bipolar. Yeah, see, that's why you can't have them bipolar people in your life, because you never know when they're going to flip the fuck out on you. Yeah, everything might be good right now, but tomorrow morning you waking up to an ass whooping, and that's not helpful. Like, I'm going to relate it to something very controversial, and I'm going to try to do it in a way that doesn't get you a copyright strike. Let's just say there are people who have a different affection for people younger than most of us, and we'll leave it at that. And we'll say that they sell a particular type of candy, okay? Now, most of us think that that's all types of fucked up.
Right.
But the reality is, like you said, there's a tension here. There's the who a person is, and we don't want to, have that person more fucked up because they can't get help. And at the same time, we got these people over here who, just really don't want you slinging that kind of candy in their neighborhood.
Right.
And so what I realized, because, I happened to be at Penn State where we had an organization that used to sell this type of candy on campus, was that there was a certain way in which our community came to the aid of all the fucked up children who got this stomach ache. We're like, damn, that's fucked up. Like, we got to help them. But we also created a climate of extreme scorn for the people who were selling it. And for whatever reason, they were trying to, there were people in my life, academics actually, who were trying to help us understand this is how some of those people are orientated, even though, there's obvious problems with what they're doing. So I became convinced that this is all types of fucked up, and when you break the law, there needs to be consequences, period, end of story. Exactly. But I want to live in a world where somebody comes forward and says, I have this issue, can I get some help?
Oh, yeah.
And these were some of the people who were saying they had been able to do that. They were like, look, I was able to do that, and I got some help, and now I can sit here and tell you I identify that way, but I've found other ways to cope, and I don't do that, right? Oh, yeah. Because of health and whatever else, medication, whatever it happens to be. So what's bothering me about the narrative around Kanye is, number one, we're saying, oh, this hatred, blah, 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 blah. When that comes out, oh, yeah, let's write that off on bipolar. And we're like living with that, and we're like, nah, that's not part of bipolar.
Oh, no, it's not. Exactly. That's a great point, because I think about my lowest of lows. I was infinitely more self-destructive to myself.
Right.
I was clearing the path to, let's just say, be ultimately alone.
Sure.
But what I didn't do was crap like this. And I don't know about how your stuff worked with your head, but I landed myself with a ticket to a place where people go and work on either their addiction, their mental health issues, or both.
Right.
And so when people sit here and they talk about,
I had to go. I wanted to go on that ride a few times.
Yeah. Okay. So as I'm probably sure some of the people in the chat can relate. And I will be honest. When I was in that place, how do I say it? I've never experienced that level of honesty. It's like my dad used to say, the most dangerous man in the room is the one that's got nothing to lose. The most honest person in the room is the one that's not embarrassed about shit. You just did all this crap that ended with you almost committing self-harm.
Right.
And you think I'm going to be embarrassed that I farted in front of a stranger? Go fuck yourself. But while I was in that place, not only did I experience the most amount of honesty, I also experienced the most amount of acceptance. And the one thing that we did not do while we were all in there None of us went after the Jews. None of us, used the N-word or anything like that. We didn't make all these effed up excuses like Kanye's doing. And so when you sit here and you say, and by you, I mean, the narrative that's being painted around bipolar mood disorder, Kanye, and all this other crap, that I'll be honest with you, and I'm clearly not a shrink. In my experience, this isn't how it presents.
Exactly. This isn't part of it.
That's not what I experienced.
Find out isn't part of it. And I could take it as far as to say I've hurt people, and maybe you have too. But whatever was, the main group that person belonged to, that was all types of fucked up, was too close to my unmanaged ass at the time, right? It was nothing about their identity, right? They were too close to me, and I was fucked up. So whatever harm I did to them was a pure result of them being in my life at a time where that was a dangerous place to be, and it was nothing about that identity. And I think most people who have even said, my thing has gone unmanaged enough so that it's not only presented maybe self-harm but harm to others, it was never hatred. And you have never gone in group and everybody's gone around a circle and talked about what they need to wrestle with, and somebody's be like, every once in a while I have a manic episode and racism just comes out of me. I mean, just never.
Exactly.
And so the other thing is, I watched this movie called The Sound of Metal, and I'll just say it's about radical self-acceptance to the point of trying not to fix yourself. And it made me really think, like you said, about bipolar, because it's like a person, they lose their hearing, their drummer loses their hearing, and they have to wrestle with the idea of, do I live in a non-hearing community where that's the norm? Or do I try to get the surgery and, get my way back to normal? Sure. And then once they realize there's no back to normal, it's like, the radical self-acceptance. And part of that is the message that the non-hearing community was trying to tell them, like, we don't see not hearing as broken or wrong, right? Or something to be fixed. We just see it as different, and it was kind of a big deal around here. So it's kind of exclusionary of people who want to say get the surgery or do other things to mitigate it, because you're sending a very strong signal to everyone around you that you're not accepting.
I get that.
And so I always tell people my bipolar is something I need to actively manage, but it isn't something I would get rid of. And part of that relates to something that Kanye spoke to, is it is what I feel like. I feel like you would do too much of, I would lose too much of my personality. When my condition has been too managed, I've lost the natural inclination to seek pleasure and avoid pain, and it's really affected my motivation, my creativity, on and on and on. So I want the bipolar to stay in bounds, but if you removed it, I would be so different. I just wouldn't roll that dice, I guess I'd say.
I dig it. Well, I would put it on the same vein as football, where it's like, football is what I did, it's not who I am. Right. There's a whole bunch of things that make up Robert Christopher Reed. How my brain operates is one of them. This is who I am. Right. And it took me a long time to get to a point to where I could say, this is who I am in terms of the way my head works.
Right.
And maybe because it's just my fucked up ass normal. Okay. I don't know any other way to be. So this is how I'm going to be. The good, the bad, and everything else.
Right.
And I am probably like you, I can see now, if I'm going down the road, I'm going down the road. If I take the right-hand turn, I'll be relatively safe. If I take the left-hand turn, I'm going to fuck some relationships up. Right. I can now see that. It's still there. Oh, it's definitely still there. That demon is still. He's trying to break the fuck out of the cage. But I see. And now I can take a right now more times than not.
And you got to find a useful outlet for that motherfucker. You're like, significant other probably doesn't need to see the demon. But look, demon, if you really got to come out, there's this fuckface named Frank Turek. And you can go at him all types of upside the head on YouTube, right? And it's all good, right?
Yeah, that's part of the reason why I've got a channel. Because again, I wasn't lying when I said, I normally sit in this house and just do this by my goddamn self. So I was like, why don't I put this shit on wax? But you find that outlet.
Right.
Creative, funny, do whatever you got to do so you don't end up. And again, let's just assume he has bipolar mood disorder.
Right.
He doesn't owe us his medical records. I posted mine online because it was part of my acceptance. I remember, and I don't take as many now, but I remember showing in my palm what my nighttime dosage was. And it was just like, this is what I have to do just to get out of bed in the morning and not do something real fucked up.
Yeah.
And my diagnoses and my action plan. I'm going to see if I still have it. I'll show y'all.
I take normally like 7 pills a day, and it's a real thing when you think about that. That's what it takes to keep me going. And it's kind of different too, because, like, the stream is one level of intimacy in your life, but I know, like in Gather, for instance, I normally don't have my attire and stuff on, and when they're sitting there kicking, and I kind of just take my meds before bed. But it's kind of like people see, like, oh, that's the reality. Like that's the part most people don't see on stream. He's got to take all them pills just to lay that monkey ass down and get some sleep, get a little regulation, and get up the next morning.
Otherwise, the brain does not turn off.
So here's the thing about this, right? Is it hit me funky because part of what you realize about being a Christian is you were taught to hate heathens, and then you grew up to be that heathen that you were taught to hate your whole life, and you got to deal with that.
Yeah.
And I feel like bipolar is the same way, because it's talked about a certain way, because people associate it with, oh, that means you're going to be crazy like Kanye. Well, then it's like, I think part of the reason Kanye feels the need to deny bipolar is because the rhetoric around bipolar is so weaponized. So interestingly enough, he's a particularly fucked up ass example of almost like a stereotype of bipolar that's really not part of the real presentation of bipolar.
Right.
Yet at the same time, he's demonstrating the stigma, just how stigmatized bipolar is, because he refuses to, or seemingly refuses to even acknowledge that. I guess to the point where autistic is kind of a little swaggier, maybe a little more sexy and vibrant to him or something. I don't even know if that's it or what's going on there.
My thing is, I think in this entire conversation, not just you and I, but the whole Kanye conversation, period.
Right.
Did we ever just stop to think that he's a fucking asshole?
No.
I mean, just despite, like, God, I hope this doesn't get me a strike. But, and this is how I know my family's fucked up. We were watching, and I won't say which one, but it was the aftermath of a school shooting. Now, they were interviewing all the people that knew the shooter that is no longer with us.
Right.
And everyone was like, this person was quiet. This person was shy. This person was this. Yeah, this person had this disorder. Blah, 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 blah. Then they finally interviewed one of his blood relatives. It was his aunt. And while everyone else was, that was his sure sign of schizophrenia. This, blah, 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 blah. He was really this. She was like, he's just a jerk. And me and my mom and my dad, we started laughing because everyone else was trying to. It is like when we see those videos of a white person dropping the N-bomb 900 times, and you and I are like, that's a racist asshole. We're like, no. That person clearly has. And it's like, how do you know that? And it's like, if I eat gumbo, because I'm going home next week, if I eat a bowl of gumbo and then I go do something real fucked up, is it because of the bowl of gumbo or is it because I'm just fucked up?
Right.
And so all this talk about how bipolar presents, he's autistic, blah, 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 blah. Did we ever just stop to think that maybe the simplest answer is Kanye West is a fucking asshole?
Yeah.
Because how many times must you say, stop with the anti-Semitism? You are stoking hate. You literally praised one of the most depraved mass killers of our time. And that's it. I love Hitler. You really have to be told that that's bad? That's not bipolar mood. You're just an asshole. And so it's just like all the scientific talk about how a disorder presents, I just think Kanye West is a fucking asshole.
Yes. James James said he needs new suggestions for sleep meds. Ambien extended release. See, my thing is like Ambien extended release with quetiapine and mirtazapine. It's a whole type of. I basically say, what do you need? What would you do to knock out a heavyweight horse for 16 hours? I need that to get a solid 5 or 6 hours of sleep.
So that's the Quintana. I don't know which one is the generic name.
Yeah.
Seroquel.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah.
And so I'm on 4 a night. And I still have to take over-the-counter stuff just to lay down.
Few drinks.
And so,
couple of gummies.
Oh, yeah. Because without that, holy crap. My all-time record is about 3 days. And I remember I was just chugging coffee. I rearranged my house. I wrote a very sentimental letter to somebody. And it was like I was looking at myself from the outside. And from the outside, I was like, this is fucked up, dude. You got to go to bed. But my body was like, okay, we just rearranged the entirety of our living room. I just wrote this person this 3-page sentimental letter. I'm going to go do this. And it was all kinds of crazy because I was having a conversation with myself outside of myself. This dude was like, take your ass to bed. This is not normal. This side of me was like, I'm going to read the Encyclopedia Britannica, Volume X, because I want to know everything about the letter X. And I'm just like, holy shit.
Yeah.
That's bipolar. That's what mania does to you.
Right.
What I didn't do was watch a YouTube video bashing an entire racial group or sexual orientation or anything like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So again, I just think Kanye's an asshole.
I agree, and I'm going to come back to that. Cameron said he wouldn't recommend any meds just because I'm looking at my chat. And I would say, of course, diet changing and exercise and all of that stuff, 100% good to go. Dramatic difference in quality of sleep and lifestyle and all that. But, for those of us that really do have stuff going on, meds might just have to be part of the picture. And that's coming from me, a literal former marijuana, political organizer whose literal thing was totally anti-pharmaceuticals. Yeah, the irony is my black ass is forever strapped to pharmaceuticals. And so then when you're talking to people who are treated or, for different things, you are a little bit more relaxed. Talking about substances and different treatments because, they have their doctor. And so their doctor's going to go with them and say, oh, your friend mentioned this. Yeah, that's all good. A lot of people use that, but you've got X, Y, and Z going on. So I either think that's a great idea, actually, or no, that's not going to work in this situation. So, certainly don't take our advice. We're just reflecting on, the cocktail that we're we're not medical doctors for sure. So here's the other thing. It's interesting. To your point, I always said Kanye got up in historic fashion and said, "Hey, Taylor Swift, I know you just won a Grammy, and I'm gonna let you finish your speech. But first, let me tell you why you don't deserve that Grammy, because Beyonce should have won it. Now go ahead on and let the orchestra play you off, girl."
Ridiculous.
And everybody's response was, "Wow, Kanye West really sucks." When Kanye came out as a Trump supporter, decided he was running for president, went all deep-throated on the right-wing conspiracies, people were like, yeah, Kanye West kind of sucks. Kanye flipped from the most dopest hip-hop producer ever to a person who made a #1 album called Jesus is King, flying around a choir in an airplane, and people were like, yeah, Kanye West fucking sucks. Like, Kim Kardashian left him because everybody was like, yeah, Kanye West sucks. It's kind of obvious at this point. Kanye goes DEFCON 3 on the Jews. All of a sudden, Kanye's got a mental health problem. Now, I'm not saying people weren't talking about his mental, right? But you see what I'm saying? To your point, he was an asshole all this time, and all of a sudden, when the particular presentation becomes hatred of a particular groups, now everyone's concerned about his mental health.
Exactly. Well, it's cheap. It's a cheap yellow flag. And you're right. My introduction, I don't know his music.
It was good back in the day.
Yeah, Kanye West is the greatest producer. Okay, I can't debate that. I actually don't give a shit. I'm 50. I like Barry Gordy, Quincy Jones, bam. So I don't give a shit about that. My introduction to Kanye West was Hurricane Katrina. And I think I speak for every Cajun out there. Kanye West can officially go fuck himself. Because we have finally stopped the bullshit with passing the hot potato blame. It was the Republicans' fault. It's the Democrats' fault. It's local government. We finally, you know what we're going to do? We're going to help the Cajuns first. We're going to discuss the bullshit second. So the big telethon, musicians, comedians, actors. And I still remember Kanye West, Mike Myers. Mike Myers is reading his script, saying what it is he had to say. And as we all know, Kanye West, it was his turn. Totally off script. George Bush doesn't care about black people. You could tell because Mike Myers was like, this motherfucker. And then they cut to Chris Tucker, who's like, donate to the Red Cross. That pissed me off. And that was my first introduction. Because it wasn't right before that, and I can't get really into it or I'll start crying again. We were missing a cousin from Katrina. I stayed up all night with my mom on the phone, and it was the first time where we had to switch roles. The kid became the parent, and I'm lovingly yelling at my mom. I was like, Mom, you got to stop. You got to stop. This isn't helping. Just
breathe.
This isn't helping. Breathe. Exactly. Katrina sucked, man.
Wow. Yeah, I can't imagine.
Katrina was just fucking awful. And all we wanted was for people to help instead of sitting there on fucking TV and blaming everyone else. It's like, well, while you don't want to take the fucking blame, there's a bunch of Cajuns dying. We're drowning. We're living in fucking filth. People are shitting on themselves. Women, give me a fucking break. And we finally stopped the bullshit. Kanye West. That's not bipolar mood disorder. That's not autism. That's not schizophrenia. That's being a fucking asshole. That's how can I make every possible situation about me? When you go to someone's funeral and you get up and you say, I bench press 300 pounds today. You mean the person
You're
in
just
the
an
box
asshole,
can't
yeah.
even have, the person in the box can't have their fucking day? That's not bipolar mood disorder, folks. That's being an asshole. And his monkey ass is sitting up here looking like he's going to rob a 7-Eleven. Now he's talking about Jesus. Now he's talking about God. Now he's talking about the enemy. Now he's talking about all this other bullshit. I'm not bipolar. I'm autistic.
And there's a holy conspiracy that got his wife out of his life so that God could allow him to go DEFCON on the Jews. But then people will have to cut ties, so they'll forsake him for his namesake or something. I don't know.
Bullshit. Bullshit. That's not bipolar mood disorder. That's being an asshole.
It isn't autism either.
No, it's being an asshole.
It's straight up being an asshole.
When you are bipolar, you are infinitely more likely to do damage to yourself. All my bipolar people, can I get a fucking amen?
Amen.
You don't sit here. Again, I sat in a room with a bunch of people who, just like me, just tried to commit self-harm. People who are taking dozens of pills a day just to be kind of slightly fucking normal.
Right.
And when we sat in that room, we sat with ourselves. What we didn't do was like, is that a Jew over there? We didn't do that. So again, if you are within the sound of my voice, stop the bullshit. Kanye West, I don't care if he's bipolar, left-handed, he has one fucking testicle. I don't care where he's from. I don't care what his favorite book is. If he likes spaghetti, I don't care. Kanye West is a fucking asshole. Can we just say that
he's an asshole? He's an asshole.
That's it.
He's an asshole.
That's it.
And
sorry I ranted.
No, it's really perfect. And the thing I kind of want to wrap it on too is just that it contributes to a fucked up ass perception and view of bipolar people, which is very harmful. One, because it has people with all types of fucked up ass ideas about what bipolar is. And second of all, it makes bipolar people that much more likely to accept their bipolar.
Man! God damn, what the fuck was that?
This makes sense!
It's oh my goodness. Yeah, I pulled it down a little bit. But that's fuckface Frank Turek. That's
shit on myself.
It's a great one. That was YouTube Funk. Oh man. Oh my goodness. All right, so in all seriousness, gang, oh my goodness, there was a time where I didn't accept my diagnosis. Right? It was early on, and I didn't know what was wrong with me. I wasn't feeling the idea that I was bipolar. The interesting about bipolar is you don't wake up particularly feeling bipolar on most days, right? It isn't like, a lot of, other ways of, operating uniquely. And then there was, of course, a time when I didn't take my meds. So a lot of time I thought I was misdiagnosed. I had a real personality conflict with the doctor who I was diagnosed under. So I kind of just thought he was throwing his approach was, I'll throw meds at you, I'll see what stabilizes you, and I'll diagnose you later. And I felt like he was overlooking all the traumatic stress I was dealing with, and how that might have been what was going on. I also was highly suspicious because I kind of, on that weed head tip, really believed that if I feed you medications that regulate your brain in a certain way, and then I remove those medications, the regulation of your brain will have become, normalized with the meds. So there's sort of research that suggests, like, if I pump you up on, meds that regulate a particular part of your brain, I pull them away, you're going to lack that regulation now. So I was just wrestling with all of that cognitively. And then there were periods of time where I just couldn't I couldn't deal with the side effects. There was a time where I was on meds where I couldn't ejaculate. I finally got out of a fucking hospital. You know, I was trying to do all types of fucking with my girlfriend. Literally wasn't working. I went in the shower, tried to do all types of jerking off. Literally, shit was not working. You want to talk about some terrifying shit? And motherfuckers, I was in college. No, it was just all types of fucking awful.
You do? Because this shit was working, right? The equipment was good to go. Harder than a motherfucker. I'm sitting here giving my girl CPR while I'm fucking. It's like, I'm sorry. I know it's been 9 hours, but I know it's going to happen soon. And you're looking at this pumping and pumping her chest. Clear. I'm sorry. I know this is going to happen. Holy shit. This is like an intervention and shit. I feel better. I thought it was only me.
Oh man. Yeah, my shit was all fucked up, man.
We're gonna go to hell. You too. I feel so much better.
Same. Oh my goodness. So there's that, right? Then there was another period of time where
oh God.
I felt like the side effects. Like I always tell you, you have a natural inclination to seek pleasure and avoid pain. If I artificially stabilize your mood too much, you will do neither, right? Because if you think about it, the built-in payoffs for seeking pleasure and avoiding pain is mood regulation. When something gives you pleasure, it puts you in a great mood. When something gives you pain, you need to get away from it as soon as possible to change your mood. If you are already chemically right here, no matter what, you don't need to go like this or that at all. And so anything that's happening, you're like, yeah, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Oh, did my enemies just burn down the village all around me? Well, I'm about to go to sleep.
Fuck them kids.
Exactly. And so I lost the spark. I didn't feel like myself. I lost all feelings of personality, right? I just was a blah. I just felt gray every day.
Absolutely.
And then there was another period of time I can remember where I was in school and I had to take 2 semesters medical withdrawal in part, and it really felt like I was taking these meds. I was going to this shrink and a psychiatrist and a therapist, and I wasn't vibing with near one of them. And my meds had me feeling so foggy that I remember it felt like a victory if I could get my ass out of bed, get on campus to whatever building I had to go through to sit through an hour and 50-minute class or whatever. And as soon as I got out of that class, I was on my way back to my place, knocked the fuck out. Because I just felt that, and then exhaustion and the grogginess. It was like I could never get started, and if I did get started, I was already done after expending even just a little bit of effort. And so my life was all types of fucked up. So literally I lost the scholarship. I was on a full academic scholarship. I returned, no grades. I took medical withdrawals 2 semesters. They were like, yeah, we can't do this. So that's when I had to go back home. I ended up getting that scholarship back. Like it was one of those hero stories where they're like, no, we wish Mr. Bundy all the best, but we're not interested any longer. And then I come back, I pay for a year, I get straight A's, and they're like, you know what? We want you back in the program. You really ought to graduate a Buttonwaller Fellow type of deal. All this stuff is really hard. And my point is, I say all this to say there are legitimate reasons why people are off their meds. We have this discussion, so-and-so's off their meds, they're not regulated. You might see a person who flipped out at you at work, and somebody goes, so-and-so must be off their meds today. And then that becomes a narrative that says, you have no idea what's going on. There might be all types of fucked up shit going on and very, very good reasons. They are not vibing with the current ritual. Yeah.
I hate the phrase, you must be off your meds or you need to adjust your meds. I hate that phrase because to me it's belittling. It's kind of like when people claim OCD. It's like, I can't get off the treadmill without an even number. I have OCD. And I'm like, oh, that's adorable, fuckface. Is that what you think it is? When that even number runs your life,
right?
When you're fucking at 4 o'clock in the morning trying to break into the gym to get 3 more minutes, just to get, then you can kind of slightly talk.
You rounding off your gas to an even dollar is not fucking OCD.
That's not OCD. You've got a quirk.
Right.
Congratulations. And so when people do the whole, you're having a bad day. It's not even related to any of mental illness or anything like that. And the whole, you need to adjust your. I had a former fuck buddy. We had a falling out. And she hit me with, you need to adjust your meds. It took everything I had to simply block that person's number and never talk to them ever again. Because to me, that is a cheap shot.
Yeah, I lost the mod that way. I blocked the mod on my own channel because I told them, I made it very clear. One of the things I don't like is people to shame my chat. Like anybody in my chat and anything I present. Like if you came and said, oh, Jay, I want to, here's a video I made. And I go, okay, cool. Let's watch Uncle Bobby's video for a good laugh. And then somebody comes in my chat and goes, oh, well, did you know back in 1967, Uncle Bobby kicked an innocent woman upside the head four times? And I'm like, my chat is not the place to let me know this information. If you're going to go ahead and play Uncle Bobby's video, then you know you are supporting his passion for kicking innocent women upside the head. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure he's not into that, right? But nevertheless, this is not the forum, right?
Place. Exactly.
Right. And I made that clear on multiple occasions. So then I just blocked the person and I got you're so fucking bipolar. No, we're done. No, that.
Yeah. And that's the cheap shot.
Right.
It's a football analogy. Football's what I did. It's not who I am. And that's why I never let anyone, if something tough is happening at work, and like, okay, what we have to do is think about it like, wait, imagine it's 4th and long. It's like, no, I don't have to imagine that. I've already done it. Why don't we talk about work? I can do this without a football analogy. Did you know that? Because I'm way more than just a football player. Did you ever just stop to think that maybe I'm just having a bad fucking day? And it's got nothing to do with my brain damage or mental illness or anything like that. And so if I stub my toe and I'm like, fuck, you need to adjust your meds. Not everything that goes wrong or even right is a result of brain damage or bipolar mood disorder.
I'll tell you.
And so when you get me with the whole, you need to adjust your meds. And I was like, why don't you address what actually happened versus becoming,
I made the same decision in my life. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was going to say, I made the same decision in my life before bipolar, even about marijuana. I smoke a lot of pot. I decided on both sides, I'm never going to let somebody tell me, oh, this or that happened because you were stoned. I'm not saying it doesn't affect my medication and if I'm whatever, it's whatever, but it's my decision. So if I make that decision, then that decision's been made. So I'm never going to let somebody tell me, oh, you did it. Okay, we're not on the same page. If you don't think I can do this job, however, I need to show up and do this job today, then this is not the job for fucking me, right? Now, at the same time, my monkey ass is going to never say, oh, the reason I was late to work was because I smoked the joint before I left the house and then I was a little stoned. So no, it's never going to be an excuse. I was never going to be the poor percent. I wrote a goddamn dissertation every day because I was never going to let that be a reason I either did or didn't do it. You see what I'm saying? And so it's the same thing with bipolar. It gets to a position where you say, of course it influences my life. Of course it has to be managed, but it's never going to be the reason why I can or can't do something. And then on the flip side, people need to understand you just don't need to ever go there as far as you ascribing something of a person to their condition. If a person has a problem being late, just address the issue with them being late. And whatever they need to do to manage to get there on time, they'll try to do, right? And that's kind of how things have to be. The thing that concerns me so much here is just that it does contribute, again, to people. It's a form of self-hatred. It's a form of bipolar's all types of fucked up. When people do all types of fucked up shit, ascribe it to the bipolar. Now people who need to come out and say, hey, I am living with bipolar, are that much less likely to do so and to seek help, because it's been reinforced that it's not okay to come out and say that about yourself. Okay. And I had a really hard time with that identity, because you have so many fucked up, again, crazy's an easy group to hate on. And when you're growing up, establishing an identity that assumes you're always going to be within those norms, you don't mind talking shit about crazy. And then all of a sudden, not to say that bipolar makes you crazy, but it has that stigma to it, because, you know, people associate it with cognitive or mental, you know, uniqueness outside the normal, you know, statistical range of variation or whatever. And so you've stigmatized yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it just kind of sucks.
Let me say this about at least my bipolar. So for me, as we did the backtracking, and I'm doing this so that we can almost kind of slightly be clear, because it fits into a box, but it also doesn't. So it's kind of like my back pain. 7th graders are not supposed to complain about constant back pain. So in the 8th grade, my parents took me to a doctor finally, and they found out that my sacrum is tilted. Now, at that point, I'd only I played 1 season of football, and I was a rambunctious kid. And so I was like, well, we don't know what came first, a big hit, or you were just born this way. Now, 7th graders aren't a bunch of Dick Butkus out there.
Right.
So maybe you were born. Bam. By the time I, quote unquote, look at buddy, went off the rails, it was like, what came first? Because they already tested my brain, because I had some other shit going on. And it was like, oh, yeah, you've taken so many fucking concussions. And again, you can't diagnose CTE until someone passes away. But it's like, oh yeah, you're all kinds of fucked up, because I'm part of that generation where a concussion was you were unconscious. And even then, when they woke your monkey ass up with salts, they put you back in the game. And so it's like, for me, it's what came first? Multiple undiagnosed concussions that look like bipolar mood disorder, or now, and kind of my track down this road with this disorder, brain damage, whatever you want to call it. I can't remember where I was going with all that, because now I'm starting to get a little pissed off. Because again, well, it is. We put everything in this
the
fucking
stigma.
box.
Yeah, and now it's hard to wrestle with the identity.
And it's maybe it's because it's my generation, but it's like, again, it's one part of us.
Right.
It's not all of us. And it's even how we talk about ourselves. It's I am bipolar, but no one ever says I am the rhinovirus. It's I have a cold. I've got the flu. I am not influenza.
Right.
I'm so much more
That's
than
a great
that.
point.
You're so much more than that. Right? And it's like
both good and bad, so you can still be an asshole.
Both good and bad. And exactly. And it's like someone was asking about, your worst injury on Twitter. And for me, it's a tie. And what hurt the most, blowing my left nut out or rupturing my Achilles.
Damn. Oh, my goodness.
They both hurt. Now, I ruptured my Achilles because I saw a dog desperately trying to end its life in front of its parent. So I got my ass out of the car and chased that goddamn dog down. Quite literally on my last step, I caught the dog, but I also thought Mark McGuire was behind me, and he hit me with the baseball bat.
Damn.
When I turned around, I realized no one was behind me, and the first thing that came to my mind, I just ruptured my Achilles. That pain hurt so bad. Holy balls. My point is, please notice how no one ever says, oh, you rescued a dog? That's bipolar mood disorder. You completely fuck shit up. That's bipolar mood disorder. Yeah. That's schizophrenia, right? I mean, you give your last dime to a homeless person so they can have a bite to eat. They just say you're a good person. No one ever says you've got multiple concussions. And again, everything that's negative about who you are, who I am, everyone else, it's linked. I think that's where we're going to all this.
Yeah.
It's linked to our brain damage, to our bipolar, to whatever. And I don't know where I'm going with that.
It's true.
Fucked up.
And that's kind of what I thought too. Is that
only the negative part,
right? And I think you got to keep it to get the positive part, to get the passion. So like something I grew up, you know, I'm a nerd, and for all intents and purposes, I was the just a very nerdy kid who didn't have strong boundary functions, and so in some sense, bipolar helped me grow up into a man who you can't fuck with. Really strong boundary functioning, and I really like that about me. You know, I like the fact that that part of me that will go upside your head, flip out on you, and curse you out. You will see if you're fuckface Kanye and you come at my LGBT fam, or you spew some weaponized. And again, nobody ever says you being the hero of the day to speak up for, you know, people who can't voice their frustration right now. Man, we love that mania, man. When you go manic up somebody's ass, we fucking
exactly.
Yeah, but yeah, so that's a great thing in all of this, and but yeah, I just want people to be able to come out and get the help and not think that way. Let's get into some real shit, because we're here to talk about a lot of shit that to me centers and orbits around, you know, racism and bigotry, and certainly Kanye helps us warm it up and set the stage. And there's a couple things I want to touch on before we get into this, because they're kind of unique to our community, and I don't want to have to, you know, work it in the middle. So I want to talk about what I've called the real PineCreek problem. And gang, I've got some news for you that y'all are not ready for. And I didn't even spoil it for myself. But the truth is, I have just discovered that actually Uncle Bobby and Doug have some motherfucking history. Uncle Bobby has had conversations with fuckface Doug. So, you know, he's got his own perspective on this. Yeah, he's a perpetual dog whistler. Like he's an atheist who, you know, he has this thought experiment of the flying man. That's kind of what he's known for. He's also got poof or drown. Like, you know, God's an asshole because he could have drowned everybody or poofed them out of existence. So, what would you have done? But over time, a lot of our community, like, we kind of met on his channel. For instance, me and my one black friend, a lot of people in my chat, but we realized every time he does his thought experiments and his little I'm just asking questions or whatever, he's always sort of doing these weaponized thought experiments against anything progressive or the left. And I finally called him out about it, and there's been some fallout since then, because most of us have realized he's kind of just gone mask off. So, for instance, he changed his PineCreek poker channel to PineCreek politics. And he's just really, you know, almost daily doing these streams, and they're basically just like on the same Fox News tip that you would expect. And the tension at this point, because we know he's off the rails. Like, we don't give a fuck about Doug. But the issue is, because of the history, we've got mutual friends. Okay. And it's become increasingly difficult for me to remain friendly with mutual associates. And that's just, to me, the sad consequence of people who can't cut ties with assholes, to your point about Kanye.
Yeah.
And Doug is a person who, like Cameron says it all the time, and others, like, people just won't confront him. They treat him special. They you know, he gets away with a lot of shit because people don't want to confront him. And there's been a thing that a couple of people have said to me, more than one person. I want to make it clear, and I'm not trying to put anybody's name out there because it isn't about any particular person. It's about a particular rhetoric I hear all the time and why it's problematic. And that is, I accept that I don't agree with everything you say, Jay, but you have a right to say what you say. I'll always fight for your right to say that. Person over here, I don't agree with everything they say, but they have their right to say it, and I'll fight for their right to say it. I hear this in this community a lot. And I think it's time we address why I get that that's well-intentioned, which is why I'm not here to throw anybody under the bus, because I don't think it represents any sort of evil as it represents an opportunity for growth. Anytime we discuss a situation, we have to take into account what the relevant context is of a situation. And to just keep it 100 with the situation with Doug, the issue is that we have with them is this bigotry. Meaning every time he feels creative, wants to have a thought experiment, wants to have a discussion and a critical thoughts powwow about what's going on in the world, it's let's throw LGBT people under the bus, let's throw people of color under the bus so we can take cheap shots at the Democrats, especially going into midterms where they're trying to take, you know, our voting rights away. Let's talk about, hey guys, I got a thought experiment. January 6th really wasn't that bad. Mike Pence's life really wasn't in danger. And even if them people did, successfully interfere with the transfer of power, they wouldn't have really gone all the way through with the coup, right? Recently had a conversation with Lena about global warming, and again, just suggesting that maybe LGBT people really shouldn't get health care for their needs. Maybe we should tell people there aren't. Well, no, you got to understand something. Even if, Uncle Bobby, even if our LGBT fam, especially let's just say our trans fam, gets the kind of support from the family, their parents, and the community that they seek, they still have a higher than average rate of self-harm and ultimate self-harm. So maybe if we really want to stop that, what we should do for our trans fam is tell them that they're not trans. It's just a thought experiment, Uncle Bob. It's just a thought. It's just a thought experiment.
No. Now we hit the tripwire. Okay, stop. Okay. Okay. That's not a thought experiment. That's sitting on some bullshit. That's perpetuating hate.
Right.
That's no.
All right, now before I let you go off, here's the. All I want to say real quick is that the issue with this is if you're going to sit up in here and tell us that you're going to fight for both sides' rights to say what they're saying, you're part of the fucking problem. You may not have meant to be. You may be trying to just play it fair and balanced. But first off, when have we ever, this pisses me off so much, when have we ever needed to fight for the rights of white men to speak their mind? I'll wait.
Okay. Hold on. Is he on that tip?
It's not that, he's always on that tip, but we have mutual friends that are on that tip. And that's the problem, is that we have mutual friends who think we need to fight for his right to say that just as much as we need to fight for our right to tell him to go fuck himself. And and again, right, it's the context. When have we ever needed to fight for the right for white men to get on platforms and hate on others? It's not a valid point.
That's first and foremost. I actually ripped someone a new booty hole at work because they wanted to talk about the Brittany Griner stuff. And this person brought up, she was basically getting preferential treatment because she was a black woman. And I was like, you can pump the brakes. Not only can you pump the brakes, you can push that fucking car off a cliff. I'm not going to sit here, and I've told people at work before, I will never entertain the conversation that black people are getting preferential treatment over white people. I won't listen to it. So stop. Go into your fucking circles with white people and say how no one has it harder than white men, blah, 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 blah. Please go fuck yourself. Joe Rogan had that little pity party, even though he got paid $100 million to exclusively broadcast on fucking Spotify and sit there and say, white men are the last ones that you can, make fun of, and, our voices are silenced. I'm like, fucker, you just signed $100 million contract. I can't listen to you. And just stop. So that right there, where we need to give white men a fair shake and give them an equal platform. I'm like, fuckface. The platform was built for you by people who look like me. And we're still underneath that bitch, struggling to hold up while you sit here and stand on that platform to tell black people, by the way, I need a bigger platform. Please go fuck yourself. Right. The second thing is, no, there's no two sides to this story.
Right.
There's no two sides to the story about our trans family members. The whole self-harm with the transgender family members, that is a layered conversation. And by layered, it's the people who sit there and say, I mentioned his name, and that's why I got a strike on my channel, because apparently calling out his bullshit counted as internet bullying.
Right.
But the person whose nickname is the Cool Kids Philosopher is constantly talking about, the rate of self-harm, I've heard Christians saying all this other crap, and then turn right around and tell trans people, you don't exist. Every time a trans person walks out of their goddamn door, sometimes they don't even have to walk outside their goddamn door.
Right.
The denial of their existence is 24/7.
And
did you ever stop to think that it is your fucking fault? Every time a trans person says, here are my pronouns, this is my identity.
Right.
And you sit up there and you say, no.
Yep.
No, that's not who you are. Go fuck yourself. And then, again, it's like, is Kanye West saying fucked up shit because he's an asshole? Or is he saying fucked up shit because he has bipolar mood disorder? Are the trans people hurting themselves at a greater rate because they're trans? Or is it because everyone treats them like a fucking asshole? And so when you sit here and I'm just entertaining a thought question. So what if no, this is not an either or. You jump on the fucking bandwagon and you say, our trans family members are real. Or you're a piece of shit that wants to play games with their life.
Thank you.
And say, what okay. So if the rate of self-harm is 40%, okay, would it be 39.7 if we shut the fuck up?
Right. So
as far as I'm concerned, you're to blame. You are to blame for pulling that bullshit.
Right. So to be clear, there was never, ever, ever a falling out between me or anybody else in the history of conflicts about over white men shouldn't have the right to say X. It was, there needs to be consequences for people who are fucking assholes. And when you refuse to bring the consequences because you say, oh, well, sorry, I have to fight for their right to say whatever they want to say. You are making excuses while your comfort is more important than that person facing the consequences for stepping out of line. Yeah. This is the difference between rules and rights. I have every legal right in the world to never show up to work. I can lay my monkey ass in bed and not go to work as much as I want to. I have the legal right to curse my boss out to their face, right? But since it's against the fucking rules, there are consequences for doing so. Notice nobody ever says, well, I will fight for your legal right to sleep in so as long as you... No, we all know you break the rules, there are consequences. And there are social rules which, for those of us who are paying attention, is you cannot step out of line with marginalized populations. That means bigotry of any form, you got to go. You either got to grow or you got to go. So with Fuckface Doug, we didn't call him out because we think there should be a new amendment to the Constitution that prevents thought experiments. Although, pay attention, there are laws against hate speech. Why don't you recognize it when you see it?
Exactly.
So let's set this aside and recognize that right there. We're not talking about somebody doing something that's just so harmless. They should just definitely have a protected. No, there's no protected right in this country to hate on other motherfuckers. And just because nobody called the cops on you and nobody had a trial does not mean that your thought experiment is not hate speech.
Right. I mean, if you took the word trans out and put another downtrodden or oppressed class or protected class in, I wonder if would it be a different argument? Because I mean, now you've got the likes of what's his name now? Chris, the Navy SEAL who transitioned. Kristen, Jesus H. Christ, I can't remember this person's name. Lord forgive me. But long story short, born Chris, transitioned to Kristen, and is now Chris. Chris is now spinning some bullshit. And I talked to someone who's in that profession who signs off on the paperwork that says this person can and should transition. Bam. Now Chris is stepping forward and doing interviews on Tucker Carlson. Those two words right there, Tucker and Carlson, should tell you that this person's narrative is sitting on some bullshit.
Absolutely.
My point being, again, our trans family members need to be recognized.
Right.
And so these thought questions, okay, so the self-harm amongst trans people is X, Y, and Z. Is it okay? What if we took trans out and put black in, put women in, put gay in? I wonder, and in this country, I doubt it, sadly, would we be having a different conversation? Because it is insanely popular right now, fashionable, and sadly, socially protected to take a shit on our trans family members.
It is. And the other thing that I got to say along with that is in the name of religious freedom, you can kind of just take a shit all over heathens. And the thing I've been wrestling with, because I've been I had a big blow up with my mom over the weekend. And the last few days we've been kind of reflecting on that on stream because I had to let her know where I really stand with Christianity because she was trying to take the next step. She was trying to go from I've accepted that you're an atheist and I still love you to what does it mean to actually love you? And I was like, well, being in my corner, you kind of, I actually think you should stop being a Christian, right? Because, and so it was kind of a rough thing. But part of that was me accepting, like we do with our trans family members, this is who I am. And if thing, To me, there was no question to say, for instance, the Bible is hateful towards LGBT people. I knew that as a Christian, and I gave I don't agree with that. I don't take that seriously. They're not practicing. They're not doing it. Blah, 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 blah. As an atheist, everybody knows that. Politically, we know the entire anti-LGBT movement is almost exclusively religious, right? So there's no doubt about that. I had to accept, what does that book say about heathens in comparison to a man who lies with another man? Oh, yeah. It just passively mentions a couple times. It ain't really down with the man who lies with man. Oh, no, but how the heathen is fucked all the way up for eternity. That's central to the theme. That's not the fucking... Oh, yeah. There's not there's a couple of pinches of the anti-LGBT. If you read the Bible, you take a chunk of the Bible, you're like... Oh, is that a little bit of anti-LGBT in there? I think it really is. Dog, anti-heathen is the broth, okay? The meat, the potatoes, all of that.
It is truly the one sin that Christian God will not forgive.
Right.
You can suck as much as you have one. You can go down on as many chicks if you're a chick if you want to.
This room could be full of bodies.
I can accept Jesus. You're good to go. You're invited to the party. Say that you don't believe God exists. You are fucked for an eternity. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Just get your monkey ass tortured and like it. And by the way, I love you.
Yeah. And so I just had to accept that now. I understand why some people are still Christians, but if you're gonna be in my camp and love on me, you got to understand why me and Christianity are not good to go. Never will be, not going to happen again. Tough conversation from my family, but it was really important. Quickly, one part of the bipolar thing and flipping out, it made me think of that. Yeah. I quoted you, which is basically, I have never handed somebody their ass for saying, "Good morning, Dr. Bundy, how are you doing today?"
Exactly. I've said the exact same thing. I have never whipped someone's ass for saying "Hi, Robert Christopher." Absolutely. I have never lost it because someone used my name.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Absolutely. But we're gonna get into this because you hit me up throughout the week and you said, we got to do something on white people using the N-word. I have a person close to me who I just had that conversation about. And that same person also was on that Kanye tip where they were talking about, well, yeah, Kanye's getting shit all over, but the Jews kind of do run things if you think about it. No. And I had to shut that down. And then we kind of have all this stuff with Doug going on, and I'm trying to help people realize what's going on, because here's the thing. People see me as kind of an extreme personality, which I am. Number one, let me put something out there. I come from a family where one side, the family business is ministry, the other side, the family business is politics. So I am playing games about neither. And so, I have gotten my monkey ass out of bed for years to work very hard on both. So when somebody comes against what I'm all about politically, no. You are trying to either dismantle what I have built brick by brick, or simply just blow it all the way up as you go along about your business, and I'm not here for it, right? So it is kind of a bias, and part of that means, this is real to us. We're playing with live rounds. This is not a drill. And so if you are going to associate with somebody I've identified as a racist fuckface, if that's your fucking poker buddy in this case, or your favorite drinking buddy, I'm sorry. Every time I sit in front of you, I see the fact that their racism, bigotry, bullshit, as my friend James Apperson says, I noticed it wasn't a deal breaker. And what I told my main man James was that really ministered to me, like in the atheist type of way. But it was like, not only that, it's like from now on, what I said to him was like, I noticed it wasn't a deal breaker for you, is a deal breaker identifier for me, because I'm grown. And when I look across the table at my company, I want to be like, oh, there's Robert Christopher Reed. Let me tell you about all the fucked up times he stepped out of line with me. Glad we had that conversation and we're good to go, right? If I got to sit there across from you and put aside your allegiance to the cause of fucking people like me up, but it just gives you hope, meaning, and purpose, or you're so comfortable, or they're really nice to you, or I'm done with that. Sorry, you just go over there and hang out with them then, because I just ain't got time, you know? We're really about that life here, and so we're trying to keep it moving. So
I said the exact same thing to somebody a long time ago when I was trying to get people to understand that if all you do is sit there with a closed lip when someone's doing or saying some racist shit, you're guilty. And I remember telling this person, because this person she couldn't see it. And I was like, okay, all these videos that are surfacing of white people, and again, I'm trying not to get a strike because I just got a warning on my channel. So if your son is on these videos with a whole bunch of other white people, a fraternity party, let's say, and everyone in there is screaming the word nephew. No, not really the word nephew, but it begins with the letter N. You guys fill in the blanks. If everyone is screaming the word nephew and laughing, and even if your white son is not saying the word, he's not laughing like everybody else, but he's not speaking out against it. And I see that video on YouTube. How do I can tell your son from everybody else? And her only response was, oh, my son would never do this. Like, that's not what I said. And your son is in the middle of 30 white boys laughing, sing a fraternity chant that is laced with the word Snickers. And your son doesn't get up and say, you know what?
No, we're not going to do this.
I don't care that I'm a part of this fraternity. Fuck all of y'all. You either change your tune or I'm out. And to say, you know what? Saying the word nincompoop is just that important to us. If your son stays there, even if that word does not leave his mouth, he still said it.
And
so I totally get where
you're coming from. And then when he says, well, you know what? They give me a sense of hope, meaning, and purpose. I have friends. We meet lots of pretty girls. They provide a tutor for me, so my grades are pretty good. So when it came time, I had to just brand them all over my arm, as you also know, being about that life with your brothers. Again, that's what you're going to see as, well, I'm pretty sure there were other fraternities, but their love of the word Snickers was not a reason for you to go check one of them out.
And I'm going to tell you, and I've said this on my show.
Which, by the way, I'm pretty sure they had tutors as well. Go ahead.
Well, there is no group to which I have membership that is more important than my sense of right and wrong. I am a brother of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated. Yeah, I got a third-degree burn on my arm to fucking prove it, Jack. And I'm going to tell you something. If one of my brothers was like, you know what? I hit some hard times. Can I rent your back room? I said, why'd you say the word rent? Get your black ass in there and you do what you got to do until you get your feet up. Go on, Blue. You got a place to stay. You know that. Hey, Blue, I whatever you need. Now, if Blue stepped to me and said, hey, Blue, I just committed a felony. Will you cover for me? I'm like, no. I can't believe you asked me something so fucked up. You know I'm going to call the cops. There is no Texas Longhorn graduate letterman, Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated. Name the group that I have membership to, and it is not more important than my sense of right and wrong. And so, the fraternity, I'm trying to think of a white fraternity. Sig Ep, Fiji. Fiji gives me tutors. I can catch girls because they say I'm a Fiji. the Fijis just sat there and they had a ghetto party.
Right.
Was it? Because we actually got into a fist fight at UT with the swimmers because isn't that ghetto party when white people just go?
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, you mean, and if your son does not quit Fiji because of the ghetto party, then your son said it's okay.
Right.
You, in order to tell me that you're down, it's no different than straight people. When you're sitting there and someone's like, okay, I got a joke. 2 dick-sucking faggots walk into a bar. And you're like, you know what? I'm going to tell you what. If you finish that punchline, I'm going to whip your ass. No, what are you, a snowflake? No, I'm not a snowflake. I'm sitting here telling you that anti-LGBTQ stuff, not okay. Not okay. Not okay. And it was like, well, I'm not going to be your friend. Peace. Don't. If you are not uncomfortable fighting for a group that you don't have membership to, you're not doing it right. If you have the same amount of friends at the end that which you started with, you're not doing it right. Everyone has a racist friend. Everyone has an anti-LGBTQ friend. They need to become ex-friends ASAP. And it's the old joke. How does every racist joke begin? Everybody knows that you should not tell the joke. And so while you're sitting there, while they're getting ready to drop the snicker joke, the Asian joke, the gay joke, whatever, it is your job as the Bundy, you and I can sit here all day long and sit here and say, stop with the N-word justifications and all this crap. It is our white family members. It's you guys that when you hear one of your white family members say an N-word joke, it's up to you. You got to say, dude, if you say that, I swear to God, I'm either going to whip your ass and or our friendship's done.
Absolutely.
Well, there's no N-words around. It's funny. Then you walk away. And when they call you and you don't call them back and you see them at work the next day, you're like, hey, Susie, Johnny, why didn't you call me? Who are you again?
Right.
Oh, you're the person who thought it was funny to dehumanize black people. This movement will not make traction until our white family members make more noise. Otherwise, you and I, dude, come on, give me a break. You've got a fucking PhD. I played at least one down in the National Football League. When you and I stand up to say, cut it out, it's, well, what do you have to complain about? You got a PhD. Look how smart you are.
Yes.
Look what you did athletically. What are you complaining about? Our voices are muted.
Absolutely. And so I want to read something real quick, and then we'll get into the main event. And the reason I want to read this is because it, again, shout out to the Gather Gang. This came to me from Wayne. Apparently, it was on American God, Season 2, Episode 1. There's a character, I guess, from my perspective, looks like he's coming from the future or something. I don't really watch American Gods. I don't know. It's a very famous actor. He's in a spiffy suit. But he basically is on a slave ship as it's on the way over to America. And he has this dialogue with the slave. So it's kind of like a sharp-looking black man having a conversation with a group of slaves. And it's really interesting. And I want to read it. And the stage is set is, of course, the Uncle Bobby punchline. We are not having the same conversation. When somebody says to me, I'll fight for their right to say X as much as I'll fight for your right to say Y, on one side, when you say fight for their right to say X, and that person is a white man who needs to express his beliefs by throwing marginalized groups under the bus, you are pretty much saying, I am fighting for Jay Bundy's right to own a green V67G microphone. I am fighting for Jay Bundy's right to have a dog named Sam. You are fighting for something that has already been done. What the fuck are you talking about when you say our mission that we are on this journey to is some shit that has already been accomplished and never was a problem to begin with? Yep. Your racist, bigoted, fuck-face friends have always had the right to be bigoted, racist, fuck-face friends. So how about it's
been the norm.
How about instead you take a fucking stand for the rights of marginalized people to have equity, to fucking have a fucking slice of the pie, to not be subject to fucking hatred openly, and then to have the people who hate us celebrated because they're fucking entertaining. So let's read this highly entertaining speech. All right, here we go.
All
right, so the slaves is saying to him, actually, I'm going to pull this up. We'll do a little bit of reversal here. So I'm going to put this over here. That looks kind of gross. We'll do this, that, there, boom. All right, and there. All right.
I'm trying to see it.
Can you see it on, let me see. You might not be able.
I'm going back and forth. Okay, there it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So
I can see it on this screen.
Yeah. All right. So we start with the slave. He says, "Can you hear me? I do not have for you a gift, but you are wise and though small, you know ways to crawl in and out of danger unharmed. These strange men have tied my hands, so I cannot dance or clap or cut fruit or place before you. But you can hear my voice. Help me from this place, and I will sing to you all my life. I will bring you gifts, gifts of leather and stew and skills and best wine. Please, I don't know where is my mother." And here he comes. "Oh, she long dead. She wouldn't give it up for Johannes up there, so he threw her off the boat. Did you know your mama couldn't swim? You all need to work on that. Take swimming lessons. This is how we get stereotypes. You want help? Fine. Let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, a man got fucked. Now, how's that a story? Because that's the story of black people in America." Chuckles. "Shit. You all don't know you black yet? You think you just people? Let me be the first to tell you that you are all black. The moment these Dutch motherfuckers set foot here and decided they white and you get to be black, and that's the nice name they call you. Let me paint a picture of what's waiting for you on the shore. You arrive in America, land of opportunity, milk and honey, and guess what? You all get to be slaves. Split up, sold off, and worked to death. The lucky ones get Sunday off to sleep and fuck and make more slaves. And all for what? For cotton, indigo, or a fucking purple shirt, which he's actually wearing in the scene. The only good news is the tobacco your grandkids are going to farm for free is going to give a shitload of these white motherfuckers cancer. And I ain't even started yet. 100 years later, you're fucked. 100 years after that, fucked. 100 years after you get free, you still getting fucked, out of job, and shot at by police. You see what I'm saying? This guy gets it. I like him. He's getting angry. Angry is good. Angry gets shit done.
You took the words out of my mouth.
You shed tears for this guy, and here he is telling you you are staring down the barrel of 300 years of subjugation, racist bullshit, and heart disease. He is telling you there isn't one goddamn reason you shouldn't go up there right now and slit the throats of every last one of these Dutch motherfuckers and set fire to this ship. Slave number 2. but the ship will burn. All of us will die. He chuckles. You're already dead, asshole. At least die a sacrifice for something worthwhile. Let the motherfucker burn. Let it all burn.
Damn.
And then they burnt that motherfucker down. But that shit's powerful, right? Because that's really what we're talking about. The descendants of them slaves are still getting shot at by police.
Oh, yeah.
Now look my black ass in the face and tell me we need to fight for white man's ability to have weaponized thought experiments about what if we tell trans people they're not trans, and we really ought to talk about why. I'm just so, like you said, I'm just so confused as to why, as a white guy, I just can't say the N-word. I just don't understand. Like, I don't, and what is with this, defund the police and, all of this stuff. It is like, look, what I noticed you didn't do was take this opportunity to step up and help, to contribute something meaningful and productive to the fucking conversation.
Yeah.
Instead, you wanted to grandstand and feel better about how fair and balanced you are in a situation where fair and balanced is just not a thing.
But one, let's hang the asterisks. Not all white people.
Not all white people.
But I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about some of the shit that I've seen online. Like, again, I don't like the guy at Sports Wars. He annoys the shit out of me. And I have never seen, this dude is softer than baby shit. He complains about everything, and I did not see it. But he's made these complaints before. Like Robert Griffin, apparently after Monday Night Football game, he said the word jigaboo. For those of you that don't know, one, as a white person, you shouldn't say that. Two, Robert Griffin is black. And the guy over at Sports Wars, he was like, well, what if a white guy said it? It's reverse racism. There's a double standard. And I'm like, how bad do you want to call a black person a jigaboo? Seriously. You know you should keep that word out your mouth. But you're complaining that a black dude said it, but you can't. Because Robert Griffin did not lose his job. He did get reprimanded severely, but he didn't lose his job. So it's like, you shouldn't say it. So there ended the argument. But the other stuff, and my brain is completely farted. I can't even blame brain damage.
They're just trying to fight for their right to say the shit that they know they shouldn't say. But they're looking over their shoulder, and then they're going to ask you for permission.
Yeah, what was the shit? I was responding to something that you just said. No, the racism part. Again, telling us to get over it, move past it, blah, 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 blah. This doesn't affect us. That was 300 years ago. I've never owned a slave. You've never been one. Stop complaining. LeBron James, I did not see it, but apparently he said he doesn't have any white friends. He doesn't want any white friends. Let's just put the generational.
Wow.
And again, it's his fucking choice. Let's put the generational trauma to the side. And let's just deal with what he said. I don't have, nor do I want any white friends. A decent part of hardcore conservative social media went nuts. We have to end anti-white racism. Holy crap. LeBron James said, I'm not joking. I saw it.
Wow.
I fucking saw it. And they're talking about one black dude who said he doesn't want white friends. And now That's anti-white bigotry. That's anti-white racism. And I was like, I need you, again, think what you want to think, believe what you want to believe. But when you say what you want to say, you got to know you're on hit.
Right.
One black dude said, I don't want a white friend, and that's racism. Do you have any idea what people who don't look like white people have gone through to get to 2023? And you're going to complain about racism because one billionaire black dude said, I don't want to be your fucking friend.
Right.
You're allowed to have these opinions, and I'm also allowed to shred you for it. But to the N-word conversation, the short of it is, if you are still asking the question, why can't I, as a white person, say it without consequences? You're a racist. I'm not even sorry for saying that out loud. Stop acting like you don't know the weight behind the word. And if you're feeling there's a double standard, fuck you.
And some of it to me is also guilt by association. So I have some friends who totally are not aware. Like there's friends in my motorcycle club who are basically Trumpists, and I feel the same way about them. We might be cool on an interpersonal friendship level, but I feel that I feel like it's hard to say it, but I definitely feel like they're guilty of I noticed the racism wasn't a deal breaker, and I've noticed that they play stupid about it. So it's a real blind spot for them. And it's crazy, and it's kind of just like it's rough. It's really rough.
I've never made the claim that breaking off any of these associations is easy. I just personally think it's the right thing to do. Again, it's just, how many gay jokes do you think you can crack before I say beat it?
Right.
It's hard to break off a friendship. I'm just saying it's the right thing to do.
Oh, no, I absolutely agree. And I'm just saying, even in cases where, so in this case, this friend, it's way different than Doug because they're not sitting on some racist bullshit. What they're more about is they're like the Republicans, right? Who are not realizing they're voting. Like they're like, you know what I mean? Like they're there's levels to the game, I guess we'd say, right?
Yeah.
And it's different too because they're making progress. But I'm just recognizing, they're still on that tip. And you're right, it definitely hangs in the balance because you definitely consider breaking away from the associations if they don't, right?
Yeah.
And
but it's also real fast. It's also recognizing what is racism. Because in this country, we've got this bar, and the bar is sitting literally 1 inch above the ground. And if you don't use the N-word, then you're like, oh, holy crap, I'm not racist. But then I think about things like Lauren Boebert. When we when we were fighting to pass the Crown Act. And again, just let that sink in. It took until early 2022 for Black people to have legal protection for what grows out of our head and our face naturally. We had to have a law to say you're allowed to have black hair. Let that sink in. Lauren Boebert, I guarantee you, will be the first one to say, I'm not racist. But she sat up there, and I still remember she said, we need to vote against the Bad Hair Act. Now, if you don't see that as racist, you need to sit and have a serious conversation with yourself. Because like I said about our trans family members, if you took the word trans out and put another word in, would the argument still be the same? I've said in my show before, that shaggy hair Tucker Carlson look, I hate it. I absolutely hate it. What if white people needed protection to grow naturally what came out of their scalp in their face? And a black senator, state rep, anything got up and they said, okay, we need a law so that white boys can grow. We need to vote against the Bad Hair Act. How would this country react to that? It's kind of like the same.
Completely unelectable.
But black people, white men need a platform from which to speak. I'm like, motherfucker, which one of these would you like to talk about? It's recognizing what is and is not racism. Down here in Texas, when we got Charlie Strong to be the first black head coach at Texas, the first thing they did was attack his intellect. What have there been, 20 Texas head coaches? That's the first time someone basically said, he's not smart enough to do this job. You've got to be able to recognize what is and is not racism. And just because, again, the guy over at Sports Wars, he does shows with other black dudes, except they're trash pandas. And
Absolutely.
He'll be the first one to say, I can't be racist. But he says the most racist crap on the planet. It's the first step is being able to recognize what is racism. And it doesn't start right here, 1 inch above. Don't call black people the word Snickers bar. So
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's figuring it all out.
Yeah. All right, gang, I have a fucking treat, likes of which you are not ready for. Today is going to be the first time that two of the most amazing things
we have a powerful cumulative case
happen are going to come together in full force. And of course, I'm the person to bring it to you because champions have championship responsibilities. All right, so today is the first time you are going to get just a sandwich of blackness that is just going to overwhelm this whole situation we've got going on. So it's about to get kind of crazy, actually, because today, for the first time, we are going to do Pocket Locker 86, Gin and Truth. Black Cat's voice. That's right. Our mod extraordinaire, Cameron Bennett, and his, let's just face it, he is the sidekick of the superhero of that household that happens to be Cat, a Black Cat's voice. This sister just has such an amazing presentation and podcast, and Cameron has finally taken to stepping up on his sidekick duties and getting some of her podcast up on YouTube. And since Uncle Bobby wanted to talk about people need to stop saying the N-word or requesting that right, and I wanted to talk about people need to stop fighting for the rights of white dudes to say stupid shit. And she needs to speak to how people are sort of falling short in their allyship. I thought, what a motherfucking occasion!
Let's do it.
All right, can we get a proper start of let's get into this?
All right, gang, let's jump into this shit.
Boom.
You guys. So I wanted to come on here and just talk about my feelings of what is going on in America and in the world right now. It's basically like, instead of them giving us black people real apologies, they're just hitting us with the "our bad, y'all." Like, instead of saying I'm sorry for and taking actions and steps to prevent what caused the hurt feelings, what caused the detriment, instead of taking action to cancel out all of that, a bunch of these companies and a bunch of these people are just doing random stuff to make it seem like they're in solidarity with black people when they're not. So it's really the equivalent of, instead of apologizing, just being like, oh, my bad. Oh, I didn't even mean it like that. Oops. Whoops.
Yep.
Like, what? Excuse me? I don't buy that nobody knew that it was this bad. I don't buy that. Because if you ask, I feel like you could ask anybody of any race if they would rather be black and treated how so-called black people are treated in this country and in all over the world. If you ask them if they would rather trade places and be black, I guarantee you they would say no. Exactly. I guarantee you they would say no. Exactly. So how is it that nobody knew it was this bad? Like, George Floyd was not the first unarmed black person to die at the hands of the police. On tape.
Pause the tape. That was magnificent. And I've said it before. Now my brain just farted again. Holy crap. What the hell was I going to say?
George Floyd wasn't the first.
Oh, yeah. I've heard people say it online, on TV, and I've had people say it to my face. Because I think it's 2044, and that white people will no longer be the numerical majority. They're going to have, I guess, by official standards, minority status. And them kick back and be like, what? How do you think that's supposed to make us feel? I'm like, you just told on yourself. You just told on yourself. And like, you know that what's happening down here underneath your heel, it blows. You know it. Because I've heard it said to my face, how is that supposed to make us feel? I'm like, would you like to sit down and talk about it? Buy me a couple of drinks. I'll give you the guide. Right? I got a special sale. Type in the Uncle Bobby promo code. Go fuck yourself. 6969. And I'll sell you the book. You know that the shit's fucked up. And now you realize you got about 20 or 30 years before it flips. And now at this stage, you're only hoping and praying before God and 5 more white people that when whoever else is the majority, that they don't treat you a fraction as bad as you treated everybody else. She's absolutely right. Would you trade places with us? Nope.
Right.
No, you would not. No, you would not. Now, that was a good quote. I love that portion.
Yeah.
Have them get away with it. He's not the first. So all the protesting, all the different stuff that came about after the fact, it's good. It's definitely a step in the right direction. But what changed is my question. What sparked it to where now it's important when this stuff has been happening to us? This stuff has been happening to us. Why are you guys going in and trying to change these companies, these labels, these different things, but not changing the laws? Why would I care about Aunt Jemima not being black or Uncle Ben not having a black face on his label? Why would I care about any of that when those products aren't even healthy enough to be putting in my body in the first place?
God damn.
How does any of that benefit me? For a label and a company who's not even owned by black people in the first place, I don't care who you put on your label, because at the end of the day, it does not profit me in any way. How does that change my life? All this stuff that they're doing, it's like nobody asked for that. I know y'all saw them in them kente cloths taking a knee at the White House.
Stop the tape. The kente cloths taking a knee in the Capitol after George Floyd. Oh, that was an epic fail.
I remember that.
Epic fail of solidarity.
Okay. Black Cat, holy shit.
Yeah, she's awesome.
Someone get this person a throne, a scepter, and a fucking crown.
Cameron.
Holy Cameron. Get on your knees.
Yep.
And wash
Immediately.
this woman's feet.
Immediately.
Holy shit. Dude, she's in at the war. How many bombs is she dropping? This is intellectual napalm. Holy shit.
Oh, man. She gets down,
the Democrats and all these other people sitting there taking a knee to show they stand in solidarity with black people. If you really stand in solidarity, change the laws. Arrest these people who you have all this documentation and all this proof of, who have killed unarmed, innocent people. Why are they still free? It's like they're just giving us a bunch of shit that we didn't ask for just to seem like they're doing something. And it's so annoying to me. It's so frustrating to me that I really haven't even recently been on social media that much, because every time I get on there, I get annoyed. Yeah,
this is a really good point, and I just wanted to take a brief intermission to throw Christianity under the bus, because this is how I feel about Christianity. I started to feel this in my own life, and I said this to the other day on stream, which was basically, I feel like I don't have any right to get up here and talk to other people about coming out as an atheist, trying to deal with your family and friends who are religious and all of that, if I'm not going to do it myself in my own life. And if I think the key to getting what we want, normalization of being a non-believer, letting people really let go of these hateful organizational associations, and ultimately even getting fair representation in the social process, because that's what has it so that we live under an oppressive regime that doesn't recognize our life and values. It's like, I don't care how important it is to my family, hope, meaning, and purpose, 60, 70 years of dedicated service to Jesus. It just doesn't matter, because if it shouldn't be an excuse for y'all, it shouldn't be an excuse for me. And like I said, I'm in the position where if I can't do it, then who can? And it's kind of the same thing with that, where the same way I felt like people really had the energy after George Floyd and they were out in the streets and they were protesting. They did that. They were all on board with everything. It kind of lost steam. As most of us really know, the struggle is real and it's always long and hard. And then people were kind of just, well, let's move on to other things because we puffed up this or that. Hey, it didn't really go that way, and we got to deal with other things, and you kind of move on, and it almost feels like you really did it. And I think we do the same thing with atheism, where we get out on the internet and we rah on YouTube or social media, and then we turn around and deal with family or friend groups that are really on that same weaponized Christian tip that we say we're trying to work against. But then it's like we kind of blow off that steam on the internet sometimes and then lose momentum when it comes to really making a difference in the people in our lives who really we need to try to have some influence with. And I just have kind of even realized lately where if I'm going to keep doing counter apologetics, which I think gets kind of old easily, y'all know me and Uncle Bobby both like to be entertaining, but I also want to kind of have maybe a niche where what I'm trying to do differently than other people is other people are trying to tell you, let's deconstruct this argument, let's deconstruct this particular evidence. You know, I'm about that, but I'm also trying to tell you, let's blow this Christianity thing up. I'm sick of waiting.
I'm with you on that.
I'm just the same way. It's like, you know, I'm not saying you have to cut ties with religion in your life, but from here on out, I'm just straight Jesus intolerant. And if my family has to come to terms with that, then family has to come to terms with that. So.
Yep. I'm just now sitting here. I'm looking at her stuff.
It's too terrifying.
I see myself. She's fantastic.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
gonna listen to her stuff on the bike tomorrow. Holy shit.
Yeah. Her podcast is out there, and Cameron just put the link to YouTube. So that Cameron, you got to get them up immediately so people can binge. So they can binge.
She is criminally under-listened to.
Absolutely. Yeah. Also, give the plug, because she always gives a little plug for this the podcasting platform, and you use the same podcasting platform. So go ahead and give him the good old Uncle Bobby plug.
Hold on, guys. Send it.
Actually, she might at some point in the video. I'll roll the tape while you do that. No worries. Take your time.
It's so annoyed. Why would I care? Why would I care about any of this stuff?
Yeah, Uncle Bobby, use Anchor, right? To do your podcast.
Yeah, so you guys take a look here. I was just sending a quick message here. I'm sitting here and I'm looking at this Magnificent Queen's site here on Spotify. I'm also on Spotify. A Black Cat's Voice. And I'm sitting here and I'm scrolling through some of the subjects. And I'm going to tell you, without even looking at her numbers, I can already tell you she is criminally underwatched.
Absolutely.
Just from the several minutes that I'm sitting here, I'm listening to her just drop intellectual napalm. Yes, there we go. Queen Davis. If you hear this, holy shit, you need a bigger platform. And if I could ever get you on my show.
Yeah, for sure. Please, let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah, so come on.
It would be my absolute honor. I see one of your the N-word. Tonight I will be discussing my thoughts on what is arguably the most controversial word in the English language.
Yeah. You should listen to that on one of your shows.
I will, if she's okay with it.
Yeah,
Cameron, if you're in, I would absolutely love to respond to it, and I would absolutely love to talk to her on Gin and Truth on YouTube.
Yeah. Cameron said she'd be down. Yeah.
I'm all for it. Gang, I'm a little bit behind.
You need to run? Yeah.
I got to Autobots transform and roll out.
All right.
Boys are getting settled, a little restless.
No worries. Do you want to link up on Sunday? Let me know if you'll be around.
Yeah, you know what? Sunday's going to work out perfectly because I'm going to watch France kick the dog snot out of Argentina at 8 a.m.
Oh, so you'll be up already.
That means my day will be done by 10 a.m. I'm pretty sure.
All right.
I'm going to be doing some morning drinking.
Well, let me know let me know how it goes. You know how the morning drinking goes.
So when I get up and I'm on the show and I'm a little salty, I'm like, Viva la France. You know what happened.
Cards subject to change due to weather or alcohol consumption.
I should be good to go.
Thanks so much for coming on.
Okay, you guys take it easy.
Soon. And I'll go ahead and I'll close out your channels, and then we'll still stay live on Pocket Locker 86. So if you guys want to come hang out with us, if you've been on Gin and Truth or Robert Reed, go ahead and hit us up on Pocket Locker 86 on any of the same platforms. But otherwise, we'll see you on Sunday on the Blackout. Thanks so much, Bobby.
Blackout. All right, talk to you guys
later. Good to go. I'll fire off the end screen, do some behind the scenes stuff, and then we'll keep rolling on Pocket Locker. See you later, folks. Thanks so much.
Peace out.
Later, my guy.
Gotta focus on yourself out here, y'all. Pay too much to the competition. Don't worry about what other people doing. Gotta trust your process. Worry about yourself, like I'm saying, man. Bigger than me, bigger than you. what you gotta do, then do it. You always making excuses, we ain't got time for this. You gotta get it, man. You know what I'm saying? Don't let nobody hold you back. Don't about that negativity, suggestions. Fuck all that shit, my nigga. Yeah.
No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. You niggas mad as shit, but it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homies stop gassing you before we pull up and embarrass you. No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous, and you niggas mad as shit, but it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison?
Tell your homie stop gassing you before we pull up and embarrass you. All right, that was super fun. Let's keep the party going. It was so fun. I was really happy with the way that all lined up. So let's go ahead and keep rolling with the cat here. Oh, let me go ahead and get the gang set up in Gather. So let me see, you guys. What do we want to do here? We'll share my screen. All right, sweet. Punk is back here with me, and UC Love. All right, you guys should be able to see there. All right, we're good to go.
What does that do for me? Even them trying to make Juneteenth a national holiday. Why would I give a fuck about a holiday celebrating so-called independence and freedom of my people when I could walk outside my house right now, get shot and killed by law enforcement, and they would most likely get away with it? Why would you give me a holiday to celebrate freedom I don't have? And Juneteenth, if you really look into it and look it up, and I don't mean just Google search, I mean really find some different articles and find some books and stuff about Juneteenth, it has nothing to do with African Americans. Like, oh my gosh, it's like we're a joke to them. That's the feeling that I'm getting from everything that's going on. It's like we're a joke. Like black people are a joke to this country. Even for Disneyland. Now I read today that Disneyland is supposed to dedicate a section of their theme park to the Princess and the Frog.
Sorry, and this is the problem that people don't understand, about I'm just asking questions, I just want to do a thought experiment, what if this, what if that. It is dehumanizing if you don't understand why using a marginalized group to make a point against their own interest that's the feeling, right? Where you don't have to take the real issues that we face seriously. Instead, you're comfortable throwing people like us all the way under the bus when it suits you. You not see the common thread here in the experience of marginalized people. And then to have people sit up in your face and tell you that somehow we have to make sure we're not, stepping on the ability of, privileged people to do this, continue doing this shit to us. It's like, oh, we see the problem. Sorry you feel that way. Sorry it hurts. Sorry it endangers you. But we just can't do anything about it. Just turns out all of the things that get brought to the table that meaningfully need to happen, nobody's willing to do. So literally, to keep it 100, it's like the least you could do is call out your fucking friends and family or find some better fucking friends.
Princess Tiana being the only black princess. Didn't that movie come out in 2009? If y'all ain't made her no section 11 years later, why make it now? If y'all ain't been saying Black Lives Matter, if y'all haven't been protesting and trying to do petitions and all this stuff, why do it now? I'll tell you why these companies are doing all this stuff now, because they don't want to lose the black dollar. Because so-called black people are not the minority, we are the majority. And if that wasn't the case, it wouldn't be so many companies trying to make sure they don't lose our business. I've never seen Amazon, I've never seen Netflix, I've never seen Hulu or any of these places say anything about the consistent murders, torture, and detriment of black people in this country. But now all of a sudden, all of them want to put on their websites and on their apps, Black Lives Matter. For what? What does that do for me? How do I know my life matters to you? How do I know that you're not just worried about my money when you haven't done anything to help us this whole time? Like, it's frustrating.
And that's what I feel about the whole situation in our community. You have people you have been watching for years. Please tell me the last time they made a broadcast where you were like, holy shit, that person went in on structural economic inequality. Holy shit. Today, they demonstrated some radical, fierce allyship and advocacy for motherfucking poor people. Holy shit, today this person spoke up against racist dog whistling in such a way. I was like, is this motherfucker trying to be the next MLK? Like, if you notice, yo, I have been fucking with this person for ages, and they always know how to stomp on a little guy, but they ain't never really, come on, y'all, you've never done anything to help. You're just a fucking asshole.
Like, I could go on
and assholes
on
making excuses for assholes.
But I won't. I'm just saying that it's just really not cool. If you're going to apologize to somebody, my concept just in life, I could care less about an apology in words. The best apology you could give me is changed behavior.
There it is.
How is there a law for Breonna Taylor, but the people who murdered her are still free? The people who murdered her are not imprisoned or not in jail or not charged with anything. How is the man who murdered Trayvon Martin still walking around living his life when this baby is in the ground because of him? Because of this man. It doesn't make any sense. So I could care less about these companies changing their labels, about people putting Black Lives Matter on their stuff. I could care less about any of that, because what are you doing in real life to make sure we feel safe, valued, appreciated, loved, and secured? Answer me that. Answer me that. But I just wanted to talk to you guys about, the different emotions and the different thoughts that I've been having on everything that's going on, because it's disgusting at this point. Like, I feel so disrespected by this country as a whole, by the world as a whole.
Seriously.
And it's unfortunate and it's sad.
It is.
But those are my thoughts. Take care, you guys.
Damn, that was fire. Fire. Cameron, thanks so much for uploading these. I hope people, y'all can still look up A Black Cat's Voice if you want more. But go ahead and subscribe on YouTube. The link is in the chat. And definitely, we're looking forward to more, and hopefully we'll coax some new content out of the source here. But I want to tie these things together into a way that for me is all about ultimately change has to go beyond the conversation. And, you know, the one part of the speech that resonated with both me and Uncle Bobby was anger gets shit done. I actually believe that part of the reason why what we can do with a platform like a YouTube channel and on social media is we can reach out to people and we can inspire people, encourage people, help people to push back on people in their lives who are caught up in the problematic behavior. And I want to make it clear, if I feel the need to go after somebody personally, y'all know me, I'm looking for a fight, I won't hesitate to call somebody out. So I want to be very clear. The reason I spoke about Doug today, Doug's far beyond the point of needing to be called out. And so, you know, I have no problem putting his name in the sauce. It's also because he's the soup du jour, so to speak. He's our example of the moment so that most of us in this community can get on the same page about the type of content we're talking about. If not, they can look it up, and I'm sure they'll quickly get the vibe. PineCreek politics. There you go. But of course, my focus today is on our response and, in a sense, how I see what we need to do for one another as friends and as a community. And so with that being said, there's a reason I didn't mention anyone's name in particular as far as that aspect of it, because I don't think this is a reflection on anyone that rises to the level of they need to be called out as individuals. I also recognize that this is a broader problem. And so, number one, several people have said the things to me that bother me about PineCreek. So it's clearly beyond an individual issue in that regard. It's the same thing we hear on some of these other issues. Kat talking about our failure to do what needs to be done and call out what needs to be called out in terms of the structural issues. Uncle Bobby's feeling of why are we having this conversation about the rights of white people to say the N-word? So what I'm getting at is my reflection on what I would ask people to reflect on and consider. It doesn't rise to the level of judgment for a person for not being in the same place I'm at. It's more an opportunity to use the place I'm at to share some perspective that hopefully is helpful in those considerations. Number two, not wanting to be a hypocrite. This is not a situation where I'm looking for an absolute or final solution. I would say it's more like a rubric. You're not graded on everything you do is going to be pass fail. everything you're going to do is going to be A+ or F. It is more, there's an entire rubric of considerations that have to be made when you're considering how best to respond to a situation. Nevertheless, I think the part that I'm trying to get at to people is I think we really can tremendously change and influence people who currently demonstrate problematic behavior. But what I've identified in my own growth is the social web that maintains those problematic behaviors. So to take it to Christianity, I think most of the Christians in my family would stop being Christians very soon if most of the people they really, really loved and cared about around them stopped praising them and sort of signing off on and esteeming their Christianity. If most people treated my grandfather like, you're good to go with me, preacher, but yeah, that Christianity stuff's pretty weird. Not really into that. You know, they would quickly realize, oh, because it's reinforcing that it's something to be honored, it's something to be uplifted, it's something to be respected, it's something to be to tread light around. And so the message we seek to give, that we find this practice to be so unacceptable, is in fact not the message we're sending. We're telling each other Christianity is really not good to go. It's really super fucked up. The message we're sending to them is, it's all, but you're good to go. At some point, we have to face the truth and then continue to be truthful. It's like Uncle Bobby said, there's no association worth my sense of right and wrong. So what's happening is, at least if I believe the truth that we're in with each other, it's like, we really think Christianity's wrong, but our behavior continues to say it's good to go. Same thing happens here with, well, our white family who wants to have a conversation of, well, I want to be a racial ally, you know, I'm anti-racism. Wait. I just don't understand why, as a white person, I don't have the right to say the N-word. I'm anti-racism. Okay, well, you know, are you about, you know, shutting down racism when you see it? Well, you know, I think everybody has to have the right to speak their mind. We're not talking about rights. We're talking about rules. Are you saying that we have an issue with white people not having the right to say things? Well, then why are you pretending that that is that issue? And if you think you're contributing something to the conversation about race, you need to take the cues from people of color that you're not. So, you know, we have to think deeply about these associations. If nobody watched PineCreek politics, there wouldn't be a PineCreek politics. Better yet, if the content on PineCreek politics meant there was nobody came to PineCreek poker night, there probably also wouldn't be a PineCreek politics. If you spoke up at a holiday dinner and identified yourself as an atheist and said you are very uncomfortable when people compel you to pray, and you would prefer to not feel singled out by your family insisting on praying around you, if the majority of your family spoke up and said, oh my goodness, I'm sorry we didn't know, no problem. We would never want to do anything to make you uncomfortable. And then they just sat there and started eating. Please tell me them one or two ministers in the family or the real hardcores would speak up, try to overrule everybody, and insist that everybody pray anyway. See, what Uncle Bobby was talking about when he's saying, I know it's not easy to cut the social ties, but it is what I would do, and it is often the right thing to do. Number one, you're eliminating your risk of going along. But the other thing you do is you transition from being part of the problem to part of the solution. Because you yourself become a catalyst for change by presenting consequences for the problematic behavior. And the thing coming to my mind is the James Brown song, got to pay the cost to be the boss. If you are going to say, I'm the head of this household, I'm the breadwinner, I put food on this table, I'll determine what the groceries are, you better get your ass up in the morning, keep yourself gainfully fucking employed, pay the motherfucking bills, and keep the motherfucking groceries stocked. If you want to be the impetus for change in somebody's life, you are in fact going to have to intervene in their current trajectory and do what is necessary to encourage them to change their trajectory. Fucking program is slipping into my head. If you don't, then they just are not going to change. And like, it's so simple. I'm not saying it's easy, but it's so simple. There'd be no KKK if people stopped showing up at KKK parties. That was actually the example I was thinking of because, you know, I joke about, at what point do we talk about the women in these people's lives? you know, in a sense, we talk about these fucking billionaires and they're running around and everything's corrupt and they're getting caught up in the sex scandals and blah, 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 blah. What about all these motherfuckers who know exactly how corrupt they are, exactly how shady they are, hear their bad social media clips and hear their bad press all every fucking day like the rest of us, meet these motherfuckers at a party and are on their fucking knees 45 minutes later. So Elon Musk is the worst human being ever, but if Elon Musk nuts all over your face, you're good to go. Now, you might not be the type of racist woman who herself would dress up in white, bedding from Walmart, get on the back of a horse, and play medieval times around your local black neighborhood, and with the cherry on top, a ceremonial cross burning for God, for country, for race. That might not be how you get down, okay? But if you cook the stew, okay, before the ritualistic cross burning, okay, let the cross burner come home, splooge all over your face before laying there monkey ass on a pillow next to you and going to sleep for the night. You're a racist fuckface. And I'm sorry you don't have the courage, economic independence, strength of character, moral fiber, whatever the fuck it takes. I'm really sorry that you're going to have to spend the rest of your life co-parenting with a racist asshole. But this is in fact the consequence of the decision you put, the decisions that you've made. You are sort of dealing with a trap of your own creation. So my sympathy and my empathy allows me to recognize the difficulty of the situation you're in, but it stops full short of that being any sort of excuse for you to not do the right thing. And so a lot of y'all may not be out here telling us thought experiments about maybe we should tell trans people they're not trans. But if you tell us that the real issue here is we got to make sure that their right to say that is protected, and then you're still their poker buddy, still pop up on their streams, don't pop up on ours. At some point, you're Nick Fuentes strolling through that airport on your way to have dinner with Donald Trump. You may just be a bit character in this story, a minor figure of little regard, but you are just, as far as we can concern, carrying water and carrying the bags of public enemy number one. And you may be telling us you're not a bigoted fuckface yourself, but the message we're getting is that bigoted fuckfacery is not a deal breaker for you. And ironically, we all know the people near and dear to these type of people taking a stand, deciding they're not going to tolerate it, deciding they will not be around till there has been genuine repentance and change. is exactly what it takes to produce change. Preachers stop preaching when there's no one in the pews. They can't even preach to the motherfucking choir if there is no choir. I hate to break it to you, but the loved ones in your family will shut all the way the fuck up about Jesus as soon as the other loved ones in your family actually tell them to. And that's just how I see it. It's like clear as day. Think about, and again, I want to make sure I don't pick on our LGBT fan, but at the same time, I think maybe we should, in the sense that they are such a heroic example. I was thinking about this today. You know, if you want to see, do the Abrahamic religions hate LGBT people, just look at the history of how they've treated LGBT people. And if you find their entire history, or, you know, you could take that hypothetical census, and it will be very, 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 very difficult to find people who self-identified as LGBT during them times. It tells you everything you need to know right there. Because it damn sure isn't that they didn't exist. It damn sure that isn't that they weren't around. So now we have to think about the way our LGBT fam, just like people of color, had to stare the hatred and bigotry in the face. In families that were practicing the hatred against them. They were all up in the families that were preaching hatred of people who shared their identity. And they had to eventually say, my truth is more important than your delusions. Hate to break your heart like this, but Mom, I'm gay. Hate to break your heart like this, but Grandma, I'm no longer Stephen, I'm now Stephanie. I hate to break your heart like this, but I am no longer, you will not have me coming home with a partner of the opposite sex. Please meet my same-sex lover. We only have the progress that we've made because they did it anyway. And we literally just last week, I think, federally protected the rights of same-sex and interracial couples. So literally, we just legally, nationally protected the legal right. Yeah, I know when you know what this means, right? You know, people think this is such a great thing. No. It's an indication of a huge fucking problem. Yeah. If you legally just get recognized to be you, it means you are so far off from being able to be socially, economically, you know, health access, all of that shit, equity. You're such a long way off. We literally just said you can marry your fucking partner. That basically means, oh, sorry. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, we should really stop treating you like this dog shit on the bottom of my shoe that should not even be able to have love. If you think that means you've reached some sort of legal equity or real equity in the world, no. If just last week your government decided you should be able to marry, oh, sorry, it's going to be another 100 years or so before you stop feeling like you're all types of fucked up just for being you. Sorry, hate to break it to you. As a black man who has dated interracially since I first discovered that I like girls, literally when I was in kindergarten, I had 2 black girlfriends and 2 white ones. I was like, chocolate or vanilla? Yes. Right? You know what I mean? Jay, you want chocolate or vanilla? Yes. Chocolate and vanilla, even better. You understand what I'm saying to you? So, here I sit 30 years later, and just last week, the president of my government was like, yeah, we should make sure that that's something that the government doesn't interfere with. Yeah, people like that should actually be able, yeah, you know what? Yeah, I think it is a good idea to protect the legal rights of interracial. Are you fucking serious, bro? So what you think, what y'all think? That mean, you think that mean next month interracial couples ain't gonna be treated funny when they're walking through the mall? You think you ain't gonna be sat differently when you go into the restaurant? Let me tell y'all a story. Yo, I had a beautiful white girl moment in my life, y'all. I was sitting in a conversation. I was sitting in the car having a conversation with my Jesus wife at the time, and we were going to visit one of my friends, and we ended up having a conversation, and, you know, we were still having this conversation, and we were about to go to my friend's home, so we knew we was going to sit there in the car and talk. And I guess this fucking cop thinks, I don't know what the fuck he thought was going on, something crazy. He comes over, knocks on the window, she rolls it down, he hit her with, ma'am, I just wanted to come over and see if everything is okay, if you are all right. She looked at him and was like, you mean with my husband? Yeah, I'm fine. The look on his face. Oh, I wish I had a camera and social media back then. Oh, man. I always miss my viral opportunities, y'all. But it just, whatever he thought, no part of him thought that this white woman and this black man could just be husband and wife sitting here in the car having a goddamn conversation. Something had to be all types. She had to be in some type of fucked up situation. Like, and it'd be one thing if I was about to rip that bitch's head off, but we were literally just talking. We were literally just chatting. We're like about to go visit a friend. We probably got reclined. We ain't having no way. We're literally just unbelievable. He needed to make sure she was okay. But think about that, y'all. I have to be worried about having an incident with a police officer because I'm having a conversation with my significant other in public under the guise of a safety, of a wellness check. We're on our way to visit a friend. Doing what any polite couple does, finish a conversation before you shift your attention to the visit that you're about to go to. So, when you don't understand that this is the reality of people, you don't understand why we're so intolerant now. We've always tolerated this shit. And it's trending in the wrong direction. Matter of fact, let's call it what it is. Joe Biden didn't sign into law a bill protecting the rights of interracial marriage and same-sex couples because the Democratic Party loves interracial marriage and same-sex couples. They ain't even do it because it was the right thing to do that should have never needed to be done in the first place. Let's be very clear. They did it because this fucked up ass Supreme Court successfully repealed Roe v. Wade. And made it clear that YOLO, maybe we should take a shot at gay marriage and interracial marriage next. Because anti-reproductive choice is on the rise. Put it over the top. Racism, trending in the wrong direction. Anti-Semitism, trending in the wrong direction. It is December 14th, 2022. Motherfuckers are still talking about the China virus. And you should be concerned about missionary work to China because they made your cell phone. Lena sat up there and talked to Doug for 2 hours about the issues with anti-LGBT, the issues with climate change. His monkey ass turned around and did some 6-hour stream about anti-alarmism. When is your friend just an asshole and you need better friends? Sit up here and tell you we should address the existential crisis to our safety and future. No. We should address my right to speak out against being alarmed about the existential threats to our safety and future. Oh, little girl, Greta Von Thunberg. Greta, you're a fucking hero. Way to tell those capitalist faces that they're destroying the planet, okay? And that they need to fucking stop so that there's a planet for the rest of us. Way to go. It's unbelievable. Applause all around. Oh, no. Not fuckface Doug. Oh, that Greta. Remember y'all heard of this Greta chick? Oh, what a little mean bitch she is. You know, and that's the problem with the world. I can't blame her. They're alarming these kids. I mean, they're telling these kids there isn't even going to be a planet when they grow up. They're telling these kids, right? And then the motherfuck face. I saw Doug do this shit the other day. I had the misfortune of watching his ass. Somebody in the chat told him he was horseshit because he was always saying that the people were off in their alarmist projections of, you know, the kids, you know, the fossil fuel disaster is going to culminate, you know, in the next 500 years or whatever. And people were like, no, I'm pretty sure it's like 50. So he looks it up. He goes, oh, I just fact-checked myself. Turns out it's actually like 50. Oh. Well, let me corroborate this now with 3 different sources. You know, I always think it's really good to corroborate with 3 different... Nigga, if you thought it was good to corroborate with 3 different sources, your ass would have known the correct fact to begin with, you dumb piece of shit. You just told on yourself. No, your ass is always citing the one thing you read that says, I think... a scientist fucked it up. And if somebody tells you, no, pretty much the overwhelming consensus of scientists usually is more correct than the one person, your ass becomes aware of the consensus shit, and you go, well, now that I've been corrected, well, let me apply the proper amount of skepticism to my correction, because you know me, I'm always applying the proper amount of skepticism before I say some stupid shit. No, motherfucker, you wouldn't have been having this stream if that was true. Right. Something only needs 17 different sources when it disagrees with you. You found the one thing and you was ready to do an 18-hour broadcast. Stop. What a piece of shit. Gang, I don't know how the fuck I was a Christian. I got to tell you, that now represents a period of my life where it just shows you what childhood indoctrination can really do to an otherwise, well-functioning human being. And gang, with that same ferocity, I am now ashamed of the gospel of PineCreek. Why was I ever a fan of Fuckface Doug? I know what it is. I know it's just like we listened to all the old content. It was about religion. We got into the community before he fucking took all his mask off. But god damn it, what a disappointing piece of shit. You know? It's like when you see Kid Rock sitting down, licking Donald Trump's balls, and you're like, oh, why would you destroy that memory I have of that really fun Kid Rock concert I went to? That was a really good time. But it's gone. It's gone. And that's how I feel about this type of shit, man. All right, y'all, look, we did the damn thing. We talked about Kanye's bipolar ass and self-hatred that comes with, one, people fucking up the conversation about bipolar, and then two, people acting like bipolar something that has to be denied, or you really want to disassociate yourself with, and all of this type of shit. We've talked about, as I see it, the real PineCreek problem. People want to act like the conversation about we got to fight for the rights of white dudes to say stupid shit is the same as we got to fight for the rights of marginalized people, are having the wrong conversation. I'm sorry. Your friends and family, favorite YouTubers are sometimes part of the problem. And although it may be difficult to bring to bear the social consequences for their behavior and associations, those social consequences are what is necessary to produce the type of change that we need. And our need for these changes outweighs your need to be comfortable. Especially if you're telling me you're worried about having some uncomfortable conversations. We have to think through that. We have to think through, am I really willing to knowingly look the other way at the people who marginalize people like me, because I can't bring myself to have an uncomfortable conversation? Really want to send a super special thanks to Uncle Bobby. I'm a huge Uncle Bobby fan. I'm going to make sure I get you guys a link to his Patreon. Please subscribe to Uncle Bobby's Patreon. It's going to be $5 a month. I'll make sure I get that link to you guys. I got links below if you guys want to support the channel. I feel really honored, actually, to kind of introduce Uncle Bobby to a black cat's voice. Thank y'all so much. I feel like so much of today's show was really brought to you by the gang, brought to you by the community, brought to you by the Gather crew. Of course, Joel provided the clip on fusion, the scientific breakthrough of the year. Perhaps, I think maybe also provided the letting me know about the Kanye clip or whatever, or we found that similar source. Of course, Cameron let me know there was he was uploading Cat's podcast, and then Uncle Bobby hit me up and let me know
overwhelming sense of impending doom
that he wanted to talk about white people using the N-word, and so it all kind of came together, and I really feel privileged to have been able to mix up the Uncle Bobby and a Black Cat's voice. That was super, 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 super fun. I think today's been like, the best days on stream, the roller coaster of emotion, some things to celebrate, some things to shit on. We laughed, we cried, we laughed until we cried. That's that type of vibe. Appreciate everybody. Please come link up with the gang and gather. I've got some studio work to do, so I'm gonna get a bite to eat, and then we'll have some fun tonight, movies, games, and get into it. And we'll be back at it tomorrow. Appreciate everybody. Thank you so much. In the name of the Darwin, the Dawkins, and the Christopher Hitchens, science bless you all. Poof!
Zach? Why she wanna leave me alone? Saying all I do is wrong. No rights when they been left turns. Playing that she gotta let it burn. Saying that the house not a home. Sunshine cause you heard it all before. Sometimes she don't wanna be alone. Most times she don't want me gone. She don't know I try my all. She don't know I sprung in the sun, but I'm going in the winter, so we good to the fall. Remember how I told you I get it and I win. Now I'm got it, you ain't answering my call. Wonder if I've been moving too strong. Maybe I just been moving too boss. Really hate when the feeling get lost. Nowadays she just dodge my calls. In the game throwing loves like Paul. Young legend Miss John like Wall. And I wish you never met like Carl. Thick game lay it down like law. Made plans but you canceled them all. I was just trying to splurge in the mall. Now I'm home stacking bread till you call.
It's time to roll. She tryna slide. We smoking Zah. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I